So we are expanding at sub-national level and the genomic capacity and at the national level, and also for more under expansions. We have advanced BSL2, NS3, BHF lab, and Health Institute laboratories, and mobile BSL3 laboratories. So we have also advanced lab testing capacity for TB, polio virus culture, rabies diagnostic labs, not at only at national level, but also at sub-national level, surveillance lab, measles, arbovirus, microbiology, mycology, in the molecular lab for HIV viral load, for hepatitis, human papilloma virus, food microbiology, and the toxicologies are also included. So as far as sample transportation and networking is concerned, this is also a very important capacity. We have 4,171 facilities networked to testing center using the GIS and the coordinates. The network were developed based on geographical proximity, of course. We have already developed guidelines for specimen referral network and the transportation system developed and being implemented across the country. So this is very important. We are talking about global health security. What about the IHR implementation? IHR implementation is also implemented through multi-sectoral, multidisciplinary One Health approach at all levels. So this is the national health security capacity building, Ethiopian government and a commitment to promote global health security to meet obligations under IHR 2005. We have implemented the first SNAPs. As a result, national health security capacity as measured by joint external evaluation in the state party self-assessment annual report has shown significant improvement, as you can see, 2016 48 and 2023 61%. We have started the implementation of the second national action plan for security after the development of the second joint external evaluation, and has initiated the development of the regional action plan and for health security after conducting the regional health security capacity assessment. We have already started that one because Ethiopia is a federal state. We need to ensure the national health security capacity at all levels down to the community. And we are, of course, very unique in preparing national health security bulletin, as you can see. So this is actually, I don't want to go deep. This is the second NAPS. We have like 57 strategic objectives around the 19 technical areas. We have already conducted the first NAPS resource mapping and the mobilization, and then we have secured like 10% of the total 1.9 billion USD. This is the national health security across 5 years. So the One Health implementation, the major achievement, we have established the National One Health Secretariat, which is of course a sustainable coordination system that has been already approved by the Council of Ministers through the regulation. So we conduct joint disease outbreak investigation and response has improved because of the Sustainable One Health Coordination Platform, prevention and the control programs initiative for priority zoonotic disease. We have already prioritized the zoonotic diseases, the endemic one, anthrax, rabies, and brucellosis, and also other two emerging and re-emerging one has already been prioritized, like RVF and also highly pathogenic avian influenza. So we have not reported, we are at risk of those two diseases, RVF and highly pathogenic avian influenza. So we have a prevention and control program, and then starting from babies for all of the priority zoonotic diseases. We have already established the national regional One Health platform and also some regional ones. And the second national, we have implemented the first national One Health strategic plan, and we have developed the second national One Health strategic plan, and we have started implementation this year. So this is the coordination, the major coordination platform. In 2017, we have started MO signed between the key One Health sectors, and the 2021, the commitment was reaffirmed. And the 2023 is very historical in that we have established the Sustainable One Health platform. IHR One Health office is established. And again, we have signed memorandum of understanding between the key One Health sector. This is, of course, the regulation that has been already approved by the Council of Ministers for IHR and One Health Secretariat. So these are the major and operationalization of One Health intervention with regard to joint outbreak investigation and response. There is the elimination, of course, we have started the mass dog vaccination. That is also historical in Ethiopia for rabies elimination. And there is also Ethiopian drug-glass eradication program that is also zoonotic. And they have reported in wild animals and also domestic animals. So the eradication has become very difficult. So the One Health and the coordination and the platform is also involved in this one. Of course, the joint risk assessment, the capacity building, and auto capacity building. Our event is particularly Global One as Day, World Rabies Day, and the World Antimicrobial Week. And we have also spillover researches to generate strategic evidence to inform policy decisions. And the major one functions at cross-border collaboration. This is very, very important, as we all know. And we are working on the establishment of strong One Health cross-border collaboration and the mechanism. And we need to reaffirm on the signing of MOU on cross-borders with 2 or more neighboring regions. This is our plan. And the fact I've already mentioned 15 BSL2 labs constructed in the 8th region of Ethiopia to improve early detection, surveillance, and rapid response to cross-border disease outbreaks. This is a very important improvement and direction by the Ethiopian government. There are a lot of interventions, multi-sectoral point of entry capacity building. When you say the point of entry is not only the public health, it includes the agriculture and animal health and also others. So public health emergency contingency plan of the designated point of interest has already been developed and implemented. Isolation and the quarantine center at the point of entry, including Bole International Airport, and stakeholder collaborative meeting at the point of entry. We have already established, and the technical working group, we have already started that one at the point of entry. So the last 2 slides, lesson learning from current outbreaks. Of course, we are talking about emerging and re-emerging infectious disease always, but natural disasters are also impacting us, and as we all know. But the major one, we are focusing now on infectious diseases, and so public health emergency operation expansion momentum should be maintained to manage emergencies as emerging and re-emerging infectious disease outbreak is on increasing. 1 minute, okay. Still detection, reporting, confirmation, and response lagging behind, not only Ethiopia. It's true for all in the developing countries. We have done that one. Resources are critical and insufficient as compared to the demand, including and budget, manpower, lab reagents to sustain. We have developed the capacity for lab. That's a capacity. Functionality is always under question. So we need to ensure, sustain the availability of lab reagents, vaccines, and also therapeutics. The need for enhanced surveillance data and information exchange system between sectors and the neighboring countries is critical. Sustainable national One Health platform, improved multi-sectoral coordination. We have learned it as a good lesson from this one. So the next step, and this is the last slide, focus, read it, focus on risk management and mitigation, then crisis management. Our focus and also our investment is our response. I know response is very important for developing country, but we need to focus more on prevention and risk management and mitigation than crisis management. Enhance health security capacity. We need to do that for early detection and rapid response, resource mapping, mobilization to address resource gaps, and enhance community engagement, cross-border collaboration, and networking, ensure sustainable multi-sectoral coordination at all levels, improve multi-sectoral surveillance data sharing, M&A of our intervention, such as National Action Plan for Security. Regional health security capacity assessment and the regional action plan for health security is our priority agenda, and also strategic partnership. God bless you. Thank you.
Let us give Ethiopia a very big clap. Thank you, Ethiopia, for keeping time. And next, I would like to call upon the next presenter to load his slides. Meanwhile, At this juncture, I would like to welcome members again and also to let you know that we have those one who are joining us online. You are also welcome. Meanwhile, there's a slider being loaded. I'm going to give Excellence Fatuma to call upon the Excellency to introduce themselves.
Thank you, Chair. Uganda, as Doctor has indicated, we are privileged to have His Excellency, the Deputy Executive Secretary, Excellency Mohamed Ware, with us this morning. And I want him to introduce himself, give us few words of blessings because we are short of time, and I know it's very technical, so I know you would want to hear from him. Excellency, you can, yeah. Please join me in welcoming him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. It is really a great pleasure to be with you this morning. I do not want to say a lot of words because really we want to hear from the people whose impact and whose input is more important and more critical than us. But let me say a few words. And also our Executive Secretary will join us, so he will really give the gravity and the importance of this event. Let me start by thanking our host, the government of Uganda, the people of Uganda, for their extreme welcome. Really, Uganda is a founding member of IGAD, a country that has devoted blood and treasure in peacekeeping in the region, in hosting and welcoming refugees and other displaced peoples warmly, a country that really has pulled, if I can say so, more than its weight in our regional affairs. I would also like to thank and acknowledge our partners in this effort. Of course, we cannot do this alone. The Federation, the International Federation of the Red Crescent and Red Crescent Societies, as someone who has spent 10 years of my life working in the Red Crescent, Red Cross movement, it gives me a great pleasure to be again partnering with the IFRC and the National Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies in this endeavor. Of course, WHO, the Pandemic Fund, the technical expertise, the knowledge, the experience, without them, it would be like flying without instruments. So they will keep us well-versed and well within the technical parameters of this endeavor. Closer to home, let me acknowledge two wonderful ladies from IGAD who have really put this together. Jocelyn, our head of mission in Uganda, who, even though she's doing many other things, she devotes quite a lot of time in this as well. And of course, Dr. Fatuma, who has really, more than anybody else in IGAD, has made this event and this project and this endeavor possible. On the subject matter, let me say two quick points. As you all know, if you look at our IGAD region, if you look at our maps, you will see all these straight lines, which are arbitrarily and artificially drawn borders, which were many, many years ago imposed on us without any consultation. We wish that problems would stop at borders, that pandemics like migratory pests, like climate impact, would stop at borders and would respect, as we say, the sovereignty of countries. Since that is not the case, then we have no choice but to collaborate and to work on these issues as one. The second point I would like to make is that health, especially pandemics, is no longer an affair of the ministries of health, of hospitals, and of health practitioners. It involves, especially pandemics, climate-related issues, environment issues, climate issues, and let's not even talk about the shenanigans that we hear, whether it is true or not, of these artificially manipulated organisms and things that might not be entirely under the control of us. So, health is now something not only for health professionals, but for, I was just hearing the gentleman from Ethiopia talking about what they have put in place in Pole Airport. So it is related to immigration, into movement of people, it's related to security, it's related to conflict, it's related to climate. Therefore, it requires an all-hands-on-deck approach to this. Let me conclude by thanking our member state ministries and professionals for really showing their commitment and their dedication in this. We are very proud to have you, and we hope and we are confident that your deliberations will guide us in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we can go home with those statements, right? Can we? Excellency, thank you for those conclusions, and some of the statements you've made, I think, has to really appear in some of our write-ups. And as I said, Excellency is also an expert on this area, and we should have given you, I know your portfolio will not allow you to make such a presentation, but I know we would have learned a lot from you in giving us that non-health, perspective. And I think we've had quite a lot from him. And rest assured that, Excellency, we have a team of committed partners, including IGAD, experts, and you should have been seated here yesterday. I'm also happy that you seated throughout to hear from the member states. The outcome of this feed into the commitments that we want our member states to discuss with many statements, and apology, Chair, for taking up your time. We promised ourselves that we'll keep time, but it is IGAD that is also breaking the rules, and that is how we work. I know IFRC must be wondering, how are these people doing business? This is a family business, and this is how we do our business. And thank you for joining us so that you learn how to break rules, that you make the rules, but you also break them. Thank you.
Yeah. Let us give the Excellency a very big clap. And the fellow delegates, Excellency, all protocols are observed. You will notice that this time has been put to very good use, and it was required because the words we have got were words of wisdom. And we thank the Excellencies for agreeing to share those words with us. Next, we are going back to our presentations. We had presentation from Ethiopia, and we are giving them 20 minutes each presenter. Next presenter, please load your presentation. We had a presentation which had remained yesterday, and the next on agenda is Kenya. Yeah. On agenda is it is Kenya. Please, Lord, we are giving you 20 minutes. And when it is remaining 1 minute, I will show you. Please let us try to keep time. Members online, you are most welcome. If you have questions, note them, and we shall give you opportunity to share them at the end.
Colleagues, rest assured that I'm not breaking more rules, but we've been joined by our Director, Finance and Administration, whom we will not give time to talk. Agreed? Thank you, Director, for allowing us not to break our own rules.
Director, you are most welcome. Those one who have presentation, please ensure that you share them timely with the Secretariat on the email which was provided. We are receiving presentation from Kenya. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. Yes, I'm Dr. Hadija Chepkorir. I'm the One Health focal person from Kenya. I'm from the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, but working together at the Zoonotic Disease Unit, which is the One Health office in the country, working closely Dr. Okunga, who is also here, who is from the Ministry of Health. So this is our presentation. Kenya is at the East Africa coastline, bordering the Indian Ocean, with a total surface area of 500,000 kilometers squared. In terms of population, as at the census in 2019, we had a population of 47 million. But currently we have a projected population of 55 million, majority living in rural areas and also majority being a young population. In terms of livestock population, we have cattle, sheep, goats, chicken, and those are the population, and most of the livestock are in the arid and semi-arid lands in Kenya. We also have a robust wildlife and rich, diverse ecosystems with over 30 species of wild mammals, birds, and marine animals that are in protected parks as well as none, with over 30 species of wild mammals, birds, and marine animals that are in protected parks as well as non-protected outbreaks and diseases that are affecting us. Key border areas are the Nakodok with South Sudan, Moyale with Ethiopia, Busia, Malaba with Uganda, Isebania, Namanga, Taita Taveta, Lunga with the Tanzania. In terms of One Health approach, the country has had a journey of institutionalizing the One Health approach as far back as 2006, and this followed catalytic events when we had the global H5N1 threat in 2005, as well as RVF outbreaks in the year 2006 and 2007 in Kenya. Then we saw the need to have that One Health approach. The Zoonotic Disease Unit was then established in 2012 through a memorandum of understanding between Ministry in charge of Human Health and Ministry in charge of Livestock Health. But also through the technical working group, we do have representation from the sectors of environment and wildlife health. We also have other One Health or multi-sector coordination mechanisms in place, looking at issues like antimicrobial resistance, where we have what we call the NASIC. Then on food safety, we have a food safety coordination committee. Then we have the National Public Health Emergency Operations Center looking at emergencies. And for disasters, we have the National Disaster Operation Center. We also have a number of environmental committees and climate change units. In terms of outbreaks that we are having currently, the biggest one, or the one of most concern, is the Mpox outbreak. Kenya detected or declared the first case in July 2024 that was detected at the Taveta border. Currently, we now have 419 confirmed Mpox cases, that as at 27th August. Majority females affected. As you can see from that epi curve, in the past few weeks, the cases have really increased, and we also have had additional deaths, but at the moment, the total deaths are 6. Oh, and when you can see from this, the map, and the counties that are affected, we now have 24 counties affected, that's about 50%. And as you can see, it is following that northern corridor that we had projected earlier, or shown earlier. In terms of response and what we've been doing, been screening travelers in the post of entries, also undertaking contact tracing, risk communication and community engagement, and deployment of rapid response teams to support the most affected counties, mostly the border counties and also the counties along that corridor. This is by support of a number of partners. In terms of preparedness and response, all this is being done in accordance with the Mpox response plan that we have in place. We've also put in place a number of guidelines, for instance, the case management, discharge, and IPC guidelines. And we undertook an interaction review exercise on Mpox in December of 2024. In terms of Marburg, we've not had a Marburg outbreak, but we've always been at risk, especially when the Marburg was declared in Tanzania and Rwanda, and we have a preparedness and response plan in place to ensure that we have the capacity to handle cases when they occur, and also outline the preparedness and response coordination structures, as well as mobilize resources when there's an outbreak. And also identified the counties or areas that would be at risk in case there's an introduction. And again, a number of them are falling along that transport corridor and the cross-border areas. We also have other outbreaks, cholera outbreak, though we've not had additional cases for the last 1 month, but right now we've had up to for 26 cases, and this is in Migori County that borders Tanzania. We have 6 counties affected. A number of them are border counties like Turkana and Garissa, as well as Kwale. Again, we have deployed rapid response teams, undertaking RCCE, WASH activities, and also a cholera vaccination campaign. We also have an outbreak of chikungunya in Mombasa, but the outbreak is considered controlled at the moment, but we still undertaking surveillance and control measures. Other priority diseases, Rift Valley fever, we had an outbreak last year in February 2024 in Marsabit. We have a Rift Valley fever contingency plan in place that we use to respond and manage outbreaks when they occur, and also to prepare. We also have a visceral leishmaniasis outbreaks, with Wajir County being the most affected, and then other counties like West Pokot, Marsabit, and Mandera. And we will note again, these are border counties. Anthrax is also another zoonotic disease that has been a challenge, with sporadic outbreaks being reported in a number of counties. The most recent one reported this month of August. We have an anthrax control strategy as well as guidelines to guide on response, surveillance, and other issues. When we talk of cross-border surveillance and early warning, just a quick overview of the surveillance system in Kenya. For the human health, we are using the IDR strategy and indicator-based surveillance through the Kenya Health Information System. For livestock and wildlife health, we have the Kenya Animal Biosurveillance System, which is a real-time reporting that is done by the officers on the ground, as well for veterinarians, as well as those in charge of wildlife. For environmental surveillance, this is usually implemented by the National Environment Management Authority, the Meteorological Department, and Water Resource Authority, where they undertake surveillance activities on water samples and other environmental samples. Then we also have event-based surveillance that employs community workforce and uses signals at the human, animal, and environment interface that are then reported and later on fed into the other system. So at the cross-border, we do have formal and informal cross-border surveillance and coordination meetings and sharing of information with our bordering countries that border us. There is an East Africa Community Cross-Border Surveillance Framework, where at least for the countries in the EAC, we hope to implement this and share information. And we have cross-border zonal surveillance areas. So at the cross-border, there are those counties or districts from one side and the other side where they are sharing information based on what is outlined in the framework. Also a number of memorandum of understanding between the countries. For instance, for the animal health, we have a memorandum of understanding with Ethiopia for issues on cross-border surveillance. Then we've also undertaken some simulation exercise at the cross-border and also joint point of entry capacity assessments. In terms of challenges on this is that they still need to strengthen that coordination and information sharing by reactivating and strengthening the mechanisms or platforms that are already in place. Also the meetings, they are not as frequent or consistent as they should be, and that multi-sectoral approach is still needed. Also a need to improve infrastructure along the borders through advocacy and implementing the existing MOUs, frameworks, and guidelines. Other coordination capacities, in addition to what I had already shared earlier, as outlined in the National Health Emergency Response Operation Plan, there's a number of coordination mechanisms that are at the strategic level, technical level, as well as the tactic level. For instance, we have the National Disaster Risk Management Authority. Then we have the National Public Health Institute. Then below this, we have the various emergency operations centers for the different sectors. Yes, and then other multi-sectoral coordination mechanisms, both at the national and at the county level. So those are just some of the examples. Again, when it comes to coordination for the MPOX and MABAG, IMS structures, these are multi-sectoral, ensuring that there is incorporation of the animal health sector, that is both livestock and wildlife, as well as the environment. We also have a multi-sectoral surveillance integration technical working group that again is multi-sectoral. In terms of maybe challenges, lessons learned, and recommendations, is there's still some bit of a human health bias, and they still need to strengthen the representation and the involvement of the other sectors and strengthening these particular other sectors. Also at the subnational level and now at the cross-border areas, they still need to strengthen that coordination. And then there's need for One Health policy that is at the national level. Lab capacity, we have regional human and veterinary labs that is specifically for the border regions, and also county health facility laboratories. So for example, for the regional, we have one at Marsabit, Busia, and Wajir. For the veterinary labs, there's a regional lab in Garissa and county satellite labs in Turkana and West Pokot. They're able to test all our priority pathogens or send samples to the national level where we have existing capacity in the National Public Health Laboratory, the National Veterinary Reference Laboratory, KEMRI, ILRI, also the Primate Research Institute, as well as the KWS lab, the Wildlife Lab. Recently, there was capacity building for the regional labs to be able to undertake Mpox molecular diagnosis, and that is the Marsabit, Busia, and Bungoma labs. For sample transport networks and turnaround time, we have a robust transport referral system that uses a courier service. Turnaround time is dependent on the sample and the type of test, but on average 12 to 24 hours. And in terms of challenges when it comes to lab capacity is issues of lack of equipment, service contracts. There's still some bit of challenge of the very, very remote area for the sample to even reach maybe the sub-county or county level. Then it is then sent to the regional lab. So, and there's need to strengthen the regional and county lab diagnostic capacities as well. For the workforce, for the technical health workforce, we have a number of officers who've been trained through the FELTI program and the ISAVET program. We've also had surge officers trained, which was multi-sectoral. And we've also undertaken training on public health emergency management. And many rapid response teams have also been trained. And we have a virtual learning platform, the MOH Virtual Academy, that allows for more training of these officers. In terms of challenges, we still need, again, to strengthen the multi-sectoral approach. The human health, the animal health, environment, and wildlife sectors workforce are not as well trained or capacity built as those are the human health. For the community, we have an electronic community health information system.
1 minute to go.
Thank you. That manages and trains community health promoters. From the event-based surveillance, we have again the community workforce making reports. And those are what we need to do to strengthen the community workforce. And cross-border surveillance coordination is key to ensure efficiency and effectiveness. Because as we heard even yesterday that the diseases do not know borders and don't belong to any of us, and they'll just cross and come. So we really need to have that cross-border coordination. And this will also allow efficient resource utilization. In terms of proposed priority actions for strengthening the cross-border surveillance, simulation exercises at point of entries is key. Engaging the community, again, at the cross-border is also important, and undertaking multi-sectoral joint risk and capacity assessment. For workforce and communities capacity, again, enforcing that multi-sectoral approach, and expanding the virtual academy to have more modules to ensure that One Health approach. For the laboratory capacity, strengthening specimen transport and referral capacities to ensure sustainability, and again, that multi-sectoral approach. And again, like I had already mentioned, we still need to strengthen the diagnostic capacities of the regional and county laboratories, especially at the border areas. Thank you.
Good. Let us give Kenya a very big clap. And as usual, we want to say asante sana. Yongeza tena. Next, I would like to call upon Djibouti team to move forward and make your presentation. And I'll give you again 20 minutes. And when it is you are remaining with 3 minutes, I will show you the time. And at 1 minute, I will also show you the time. Let us clap for Djibouti as they move forward to make their presentation. Djibouti, you are most welcome. We are going to have this presentation. After this one, we shall have some questions, and after that we shall break for tea. Meanwhile, as they are making their presentation, Uganda is a chair for this morning session, so we are honored to have you, and you are welcome to Uganda. Feel free to relax and enjoy the hospitality in Uganda. We love you so much. You can start.
Voilà, thank you. Bonjour tout le monde. Donc j'ai eu l'honneur de présenter pour Djibouti concernant la préparation.
I request that you use your headphones since the language is going to be in French. Go ahead, sir.
Ok, remercie. Donc, c'est moi qui dois présenter pour la République de Djibouti à propos de la préparation et réponse multisectorielle à la variole simienne et autres pandémies, voire épidémies. Donc, ce qui fait la différence entre Djibouti et les autres pays. Donc Djibouti, la République de Djibouti est située à la croisée de l'Afrique de l'Est. En même temps, j'espère que tout le monde m'entend. Tout le monde m'entend, c'est bon? D'accord. Donc, je disais tantôt, Djibouti est situé à la croisée de l'Afrique de l'Est et à la péninsule arabique. Djibouti fait face à la fois des transhumances et des échanges avec des ports d'entrée terrestres et maritimes, et que nous avons les problèmes existants dans ce pays, rend encore plus difficile la situation à gérer. Elle occupe une position stratégique dans une région exposée à divers risques sanitaires et humanitaires. Entre un climat aride, très chaud, allant jusqu'à 48 degrés, et la sécheresse et une forte urbanisation, des mouvements transfrontaliers constants faisant le pays au risque élevé de propagation transfrontalière des maladies infectieuses et une vulnérabilité aux épidémies émergentes et réémergentes, à savoir la grippe aviaire et la variole simienne, et des maladies prioritaires, à savoir le choléra qui est devenu une habitude pour l'Afrique de l'Est et pour les pays États membres de l'IGAD. Et la maladie diarrhéique, et néanmoins aussi, on compte aussi la rougeole. Djibouti aussi, on doit retenir tous les bétails des pays arabes, des péninsules arabiques, traversent la République de Djibouti. Et nous avons une quarantaine de bétails à Djibouti qui fait face aujourd'hui. Djibouti fait face à des maladies dues à des caprins, surtout la brucellose. D'où le diagnostic, nous le faisons uniquement avec des sérodiagnostics et des sérologies, mais non pas des bilans de confirmation. Le pays est confronté à des défis sanitaires complexes et évolutifs. J'espère que nous voyons tous aussi dans cette carte la situation géographique de Djibouti. Dans ce contexte, la capacité à prévenir, détecter et répondre rapidement aux urgences de santé publique est un défi majeur pour Djibouti, et aussi il doit être un défi majeur pour les pays États membres de l'IGAD. Djibouti, pour sa surveillance intégrée et la surveillance transfrontalière, nous avons ces 35 maladies, d'où on a ajouté les violences basées sur le genre et les événements inconnus, à savoir les maladies émergentes et les maladies réémergentes. Nous avons quelques outils et nous avons un site qui essaye de décrire tout ce qui se passe dans le pays chaque semaine. Néanmoins, malgré tout ça, nous avons eu des succès, à savoir le renforcement de la notification hebdomadaire. Djibouti est à 90% du taux de complétude en 2024. On a eu des réponses coordonnées à la flambée de dengue en 2023. Le déploiement d'un laboratoire mobile pour période de Covid-19. On a eu un laboratoire mobile, d'où on l'avait déployé et qui nous a beaucoup aidé pour faire face à cette pandémie qui a effrayé le monde. L'intégration progressive des données de laboratoire dans la surveillance, mais néanmoins qui reste insuffisante. Quelques données sur l'année 2024. Nous voyons que la complétude, on a atteint un 92% et 94,1%. La surveillance épidémiologique du paludisme, ce qui rend aberrant notre diagnostic. Le paludisme devient un problème majeur, car il y a d'autres maladies fébriles qui sont responsables à des fièvres, mais néanmoins qui rendent difficile le diagnostic pour les médecins. À savoir la dengue, à un moment donné, elle a pris de l'ampleur, et nous savons dans la littérature, nous disons que la dengue représente 20% des complications, 80% la guérison est spontanée, mais dans ce 20% de complications, on a eu des cas d'hémorragie, les cas hémorragiques, puisque la dengue est une fièvre hémorragique. Donc le diagnostic de la dengue demeure et reste une sérologie chez nous. La diarrhée aqueuse aiguë, d'où en mettant la maladie de choléra là-dedans. Donc on a eu, dû à l'influx des mouvements migratoires, en provenance, on atteint à 122 000 en 2023 en provenance de l'Éthiopie. Et ce chiffre est sous-estimé. Ce n'est que des données de l'OIM, de l'Organisation internationale des migrations, qui a identifié ce genre-là, mais Djibouti demeure, elle a plusieurs ports d'entrée pour les migrations qui viennent de l'Éthiopie. Et juste un rappel, Djibouti, un pays d'1,060,000 habitants, qui est voisin d'un pays à presque 136 millions d'habitants. Donc, sûrement, tout ce qui, comme on le dit, si ça se pète en Éthiopie, ça se sent à Djibouti. Et la rougeole, nous décrivons dès son 6 cas en 2022, et vu l'amélioration de la surveillance intégrée, en 2024, on était uniquement à 62 cas. Le syndrome grippa, d'où on le prend en paquet. On ne va pas dire que c'est l'influenza ou bien on a pris toute maladie grippale et au total on a eu 61 769. D'où peut-être d'autres maladies virales existantes fait partie de ces nombres. Notre défi actuel, le défi des Djibouti, on a un défi majeur. D'accord, nous avons l'infrastructure informatique qui est limitée. On a, comme d'ailleurs tous les pays, on a une faible culture de notification immédiate. On a la faible implication des secteurs privés. Les ressources humaines formées en épidémiologie sont insuffisantes. Le besoin d'intégration des données multisectorielles, elle est insuffisante. Néanmoins, Djibouti a mis en place un comité multisectoriel fait avec le ministère de l'Agriculture, avec le ministère de l'Environnement et d'ailleurs avec le ministère de la Santé. Nous avons pu faire plusieurs réunions et on a pu se donner la main. Et ce qui prouve aujourd'hui, nous sommes là devant vous, nous tous. Il y a le ministère de l'Agriculture avec nous, il y a le ministère de l'Environnement et moi qui représente le ministère de la Santé. Et on a besoin d'intégration des données multisectorielles qui sont insuffisantes. Le plateau technique de laboratoire à la participation de la surveillance épidémiologique reste et demeure insuffisant et qui doit être normalement important. Les perspectives et priorités. Nous voulons aujourd'hui devant vous parler des perspectives de Djibouti. Nos perspectives sont de mettre en place l'infrastructure adéquate pour le centre des opérations d'urgence publique, qui est une nécessité majeure. Parce que une pandémie ne se déclare pas d'avance et nous ne sommes jamais prêts d'avance, comme déjà Fatouma l'a dit hier. Aucun pays ne peut être prêt à 100%, mais on cherche à être prêt à 40% au moins. Si nous sommes prêts à 40%, déjà nous avons atteint un stade majeur. Le renforcement du COUSP, mettre en place des équipes d'intervention rapides, claires, nominatives, passage à un système de surveillance numérique à temps réel, la formation continue des personnels sanitaires sur la surveillance, la coordination régionale sur la surveillance, qui est très très importante parce que nous devons tous, on est obligés de vivre tous ensemble. On est obligés, parce que tout le mal, si je vous donne un exemple, si une maison se brûle, en général, on ne l'éteint pas parce qu'on aime la personne seulement. Certes, on peut l'aimer, on ne veut pas qu'il ait des malheurs, mais on l'éteint pour que ce feu ne nous touche plus. Il ne faut pas que ce feu nous touche. Donc, on est obligé de se donner la main et de faire soulever ce qui est par terre et aider ceux qui sont un peu en retard parmi nous. Et par rapport à l'approche One Health pour la surveillance intégrée, nous avons besoin d'une aide stratégique pour mettre en place cette approche One Health qui est déjà existante, bon, des aides techniques et stratégiques. Par rapport à l'objectif de financement, nous avons énuméré 4 points de ce pandemic fund, ou bien fonds pour les pandémies, ou bien fonds pour catastrophes. Renforcer la surveillance intégrée et la détection précoce, moderniser les laboratoires et les diagnostics rapides. Nous voulons renforcer les ressources humaines et optimiser la coordination et la communication. Le résultat attendu, c'est ce qu'on attend. Une détection de 40% des maladies prioritaires en moins de 72 heures. Le laboratoire national accrédité ISO pour ces 5 pathogènes majeurs prioritaires. On a besoin d'une formation de 200 experts formés en gestion et réponse des épidémies. On veut mettre en place le centre d'opération d'urgence en santé publique, qui doit être en principe opérationnel 24 heures chaque jour. Et nous devons réduire, au moins si nous arrivons à atteindre à 40%, le délai de riposte en cas des urgences sanitaires. L'argumentaire pour ce pandemic fund, nous allons dire aujourd'hui que l'appropriation nationale par l'Institut national de santé publique et le ministère, suivi, évaluation rigoureuse et rapport régulier, l'approche One Health santé humaine, animale et environnementale et la coordination régionale avec l'IGAD et quelquefois le Yémen. Djibouti accueille un très grand nombre dû à la guerre. En conclusion, nous allons dire que le financement du Pandemic Fund permettra de renforcer la préparation et la riposte aux pandémies dans un pays vulnérable et stratégique, la Corne d'Afrique. Djibouti s'engage à la transparence et à maximiser l'impact de chaque dollar investi. Je tiens à remercier ces chaleureuses personnes présentes ici. Et c'est l'heure pour moi de présenter devant vous. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Djibouti. Let us give them a very big clap. Just to note that we have saved some 2 minutes from Djibouti. Thank you so much, Djibouti. Next, we are going to welcome some questions. You can take your seat, and we are going to have questions for the entire group. But just to note that most of the information we have been receiving, well, they were just telling us on what they are doing, progress made, achievement, which was good information for us to learn. So I don't expect a lot of questions. We are going to have about 10 minutes of questions. So if you have a question, you can raise your hand. We shall start with the members inside. Then we can also get some questions, members online. You can raise your hand, then I will give you an opportunity to go ahead and raise a question. Or I make a comment. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thanks to the countries that have presented. My name is Sudi Bamtia. I work with Uganda Red Cross Society. My question is going to Team Ethiopia. And I think I remember in the presentation, they talked about their effort in elimination of rabies. It's also one initiative that Uganda Red Cross is supporting actively, and there are quite challenges we are seeing in this elimination, but I just want to hear from them on some of the initiatives they are taking in the elimination of this disease. And then the other thing I'd like to know is who are the players in this whole initiative, which ministries, and who is taking lead in particular. Because sometimes some of these initiatives do not move as we wish them to because of lack of a particular lead or ministry to lead. So I just want to hear from them who is taking lead. Then lastly, in your assessment, what is the progress?
Maybe you can take a chair up there. The presenters, please. I'm requesting Ethiopia to join and Kenya to take up their seats up there so that they can receive the questions.
Yes,
even Ethiopia join as well as Kenya.
Yes, I was winding up just to share in your view or in your quick assessment, how far is this? I mean, how do you rate the efforts you put in, and vis-a-vis the targets you set in terms of elimination? Because we in Uganda here, we are following the global target of eliminating rabies by 2030. But when you look at the progress we are making, I don't believe it is really satisfactory. So I just want to understand or learn from Ethiopia, how do you rate your progress towards elimination of this deadly disease? Thank you.
What we are going to do, let us receive more questions, and then the presenters are noting them down. After that, we shall give them opportunity to answer them. Any other question? You can raise your hand, then I will give you yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Abdul Rashid from Somalia. I want to ask a brief question. Three of you, you presented the current and the challenge and also the improvement of the epidemics and pandemic issues. So, in terms of that conditions, as member countries in IGAD, is there any mechanism between three of you countries that you can share the ideas on also the mechanism for the coordination to share the new epidemic information, whether detection timely for the epidemic issues in maybe can occur three countries among the member states. Thank you.
And thank you very much. I would like to add Director Artan input. Following up, do you have information sharing mechanism? That means, is there any possibility of having the regional countries of IGAD? We know all of us, we have DHS2 level by per district. Can we establish, or is there any possibility of you are having RHS2, which is a regional health information system that keeps the information sharing goes country to country more easier? Thank you very much.
I'm going to take one more, and then we shall have them answer that, then we can pick another set of questions. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I think very interesting presentations from all and very pertinent issues raised from all the three countries. I want to ask one question. We know that the IGAD has a data sharing policy, which I think almost all countries signed on. And I have heard from Kenya that there is at one border signed memorandum of understanding between the border authorities at one of the border areas. I just want to hear if there are some similar examples in these different border areas, which are based on the either identified disease or pathogen priorities, or based on some mechanism of information sharing or collaboration. So if there are any examples of how we are starting to instrumentalize the available policy, it would be really interesting, and would like to know how we want to go about that. Over.
I think we have received our first set of questions. So what we are going to do, we are first going to have the presenters tell us, raise their comments on the questions raised. And when you are making comments, please, we shall start with Ethiopia. And you will make sure you address the issue raised by Somalia also, because it was cross-cutting to all the presenters. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. And rabies is, we know, is an endemic disease, but it is fatal and preventable zoonotic disease, as we all know. And that is a problem in all of the IGAD African countries. As Ethiopia, we have already prioritized zoonotic diseases because priority is always very, very important, because the resource is limited, and so we have already prioritized. And rabies is number one, and I've said on my presentation, anthrax and brucellosis are the other endemic diseases. So rabies is a priority zoonotic disease in Ethiopia, and the problem is still increasing. So we have already developed the rabies elimination program, and of course to end rabies by 2030 in the epidemic is for all of us, but obviously we cannot attain by 2030 as a IGAD member state because of limited resources and also other competing priorities. Anyhow, it's historical in Ethiopia. We have already initiated the mass dog vaccination campaign for the first time. We know rabies is a public health and a concern issue, but the Minister of Agriculture for the public health and the impact of rabies has already prioritized rabies and has started the mass dog vaccination campaign in Ethiopia. So the major player in Ethiopia for this mass dog vaccination campaign, because it's the mandate of the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Health, and to vaccinate domestic dogs. So the Minister of Agriculture is the major player. Of course, other sectors, including the Ethiopian Public Health Institute and the health sector, and also the National One Health Secretariat, and the city administration of respective regions, including Addis Ababa, and other sectors are the critical player in the mass dog vaccination campaigns, including the vaccine production and organizations in this regard. So we have already started. It is resource intensive. Imagine to make available, and then rabies vaccine is a great challenge and problem. As we all know, vaccinating about 70 to 80% of dog population annually for about 8 to 10 years is resource intensive. So this is the major problem is around the availability of the vaccine. So how can we rate our success? And previously, we all know the SARE, stepwise approach for rabies elimination. It was 0.5, and now because of this program, and we have scored, and our SARE score is 2. So we have greatly improved in this regard. So this is another issue, and when it comes to rabies vaccine, we all know we are still using the tissue culture vaccine. We need to develop and make available the cell culture vaccine. So I'm not generally with regard to the epidemics and the pandemics, and I've just make and clearly indicated in my presentation with regard to and early detection, confirmation, reporting, and response. As IGAD member states, we are lagging and behind, and so we develop the capacity. Obviously, that's why we are here to develop the capacity around the surveillance and also other IHR capacities, the laboratory surveillance, detection, and the preparedness and the response. So, and generally, what I'm saying is we are lacking and lagging behind as IGAD member states in the detection capacity, as it can be evidenced from our joint external evaluation and also state party self-assessment annual report. With regard to the regional information sharing, it's beyond my scope, and so even there is a problem of data sharing, particularly surveillance data sharing, and within the country among the key one sector, even leave alone the country. We are talking about sharing data between the member states is very, very important. How can we do it? I've talked for several years, but it's still a problem. So this requires a high level and discussion and the policy issues with regard to and data and information sharing of the most important disease outbreak in IGAD member countries, and this is a problem at the regional level and also beyond. And thank you very much. This is actually my reflection.
Thank you, Ethiopia. Give to Djibouti. And for Djibouti, you have talked about the issue of regional information sharing, which was raised with Somalia.
Voilà. Merci beaucoup. D'abord, je voulais toucher un peu l'approche One Health. Djibouti a mis en place une commission multisectorielle, One Health, qui d'ailleurs prévoit aussi même l'immunisation systématique conjointe en même temps dans le programme élargi de vaccination et prévoir la vaccination de bétail. Nous prévoyons aussi en même temps de travailler avec la direction au niveau des vétérinaires et la direction de vaccination, des programmes élargis de vaccination. Nous voulons mettre un système conjoint pour que on dit que si l'animal va bien, l'être humain aussi va bien. Néanmoins, en ce qui concerne d'autres surveillances, tantôt j'avais dit dans ma présentation, la surveillance doit toujours être accompagnée avec un laboratoire qui peut l'aider à mettre en place un diagnostic positif. Donc c'est dans ce sens-là, nous sommes là pour parler, pour nous aider à mettre en place un laboratoire fort. Parce que certes, à Djibouti, nous trouvons aujourd'hui, et on avait déjà fait des réunions sur, il y a trop de chiens errants, mais néanmoins, vous savez que le diagnostic de la rage, la détection du corps des négris est très difficile, et nous ne pouvons pas parler aujourd'hui de la rage à Djibouti tant qu'on n'a pas un diagnostic positif. Mais la prévalence des taux de brucellose, elle augmente chaque année à Djibouti. Et vous savez que le traitement spécifique n'est pas dans un programme. Donc, c'est ce qui encore rend difficile la prise en charge. Néanmoins, pour la surveillance intégrée et transfrontalier, il y a un système déjà qui a été mis en place pour les pays frontaliers, mais à l'exception aussi le Yémen. On ne sait pas comment on peut intégrer le Yémen puisque l'afflux du Yémen Elle est beaucoup, surtout dans les régions du Nord, à Obok, qui subit un impact de cette immigration au niveau du humain. Mais il y a un système déjà de réunion, mais ce système, certes, il y a des moments où les réunions n'ont pas été respectées. Mais sinon, il y a une commission transfrontalière qui, d'ailleurs, en principe, c'était tous les 6 mois. Il y avait des réunions avec le service d'épidémiologie de Djibouti et de l'Éthiopie. Mais Djibouti estime toujours l'Éthiopie comme un grand frère. Hein. Donc, nous attendons toujours l'Éthiopie. Et on ne veut pas bousculer l'Éthiopie aussi. Donc, il y a cette commission, elle existe déjà. Et pour le partage des données, l'Institut national de santé publique a son propre site où les données, chaque semaine, est partagées là-bas de toute la surveillance épidémiologique du pays. C'est ce que j'avais à dire. Merci.
Thank you, Djibouti. Next, we are getting response from Kenya on the issues which was raised by all about information sharing, and then the issue from IRC regarding collaboration.
Okay. So on the information sharing and maybe some particular examples and countries where information sharing has been is being implemented or has been happening, maybe I can give some examples of, because like in my presentation I showed that we already have some mechanisms or sort of agreements. So like for the ESC, there is what we call the IGAD-SNET, the East Africa Integrated Disease Surveillance Network, which provides for that information sharing on surveillance. Though, again, like I'd said, some of this, what we need to strengthen is actually implementing what is already there. But that is one of those examples, and some of the countries now in the ESC are also in the IGAD, and those are the provided examples. There's also an opportunity, again, to strengthen this information sharing through some discussion that is ongoing through a project, a HEPA project that is being undertaken again by IGAD and EXA-HC. But in addition to this, I know, for instance, Kenya and Uganda, the Busia, West Pokot, there is information sharing that happens with technical persons from across the two countries. Then the memorandum of understanding that are also in place, the example, the Kenya-Ethiopia MOU, that is from the animal health. It's mainly on, again, surveillance and joint response. So again, exchanging of information, and it's on the priority diseases, so the common priority diseases for the two countries. And then we share information on surveillance. And then also what is key is like a joint response, so that we are undertaking vaccination at the border, may say Marsabit, we can synchronize and undertake it at the same time with the other side in Ethiopia, because the animals keep crossing and the community are the same. Also, risk communication, joint communication again of the communities in those cross-border areas. And the other discussion again is on laboratory networks, so that we can utilize each other's laboratories where possible. Maybe then to add is we do have these MOUs, and we're also having some of the frameworks, but the implementation is what, again, is not being done that well. And that's where we need to strengthen for sustainability, so that we don't just depend on when there's a partner or when there's funding externally. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now going to take another set of questions. After that set, we should be able to break off for
just one
breakfast.
question, please. A response.
You wanted to supplement?
Yes.
Okay, I'm giving 1 minute just to supplement quickly. Go ahead and
Okay,
supplement.
okay.
And tell us which group you are supplementing, either Djibouti, Kenya.
Yes, yes, I'm from Djibouti. But can you put on your headset, please? C'est pour répondre à la question de... Merci beaucoup pour la parole, et c'est pour compléter ce que mon collègue de Djibouti disait. Mais c'est pour répondre plus à la question de notre collègue de la Somalie, qui a demandé à savoir s'il existait un mécanisme de surveillance, au niveau régional. Par exemple, l'exemple que je voulais rappeler ici, c'est qu'au niveau de la région, Djibouti, l'Éthiopie et la Somalie, dans ce cadre-là, nous avons mis en place un MOU relatif à la lutte contre les pestes, c'est-à-dire les criquets pèlerins. Donc déjà, il existe un certain nombre de MOU à ce niveau-là et qui nous permet de surveiller, c'est-à-dire tout ce qui est criquets pèlerins, comment ils affectent les cultures et tout ça. C'était juste pour dire que déjà, à ce niveau-là, nous avons ce type de MOU qui peut être répliqué dans d'autres domaines, bien sûr. Merci.
Thank you, Djibouti, for that compliment. And just to add on is that one project which promotes information sharing is this forum where we are. We have had a number of meetings since its inception. So Prepare is one project which whenever they are asked whether you have a forum for sharing information, is the one we should front as one of them. That is why we are here to share information and make sure that our region is very strong. Now you can raise your hand, then I give you opportunity. What I'm going to do, let me start with this side, with the high table. Your Excellency, go ahead. Fatuma.
Mine is to complement the response of the member states and pick from where Djibouti has left on information sharing. In IGAD, we have the IGAD regional data sharing and data protection policy that was developed for information sharing, particularly on health. So that policy was developed under the IGAD regional action data program, and it is endorsed by member states. Its implementation, as Dr. Khadija said, is an issue because it is donor dependent in the implementation, but the endorsement, the commitment has been secured through a series of consultations with the member states. So we have the right policies and instruments that allows us to share information, of course, non-controversial information, not patient-level information, but information that would help us, coordinate our response. So that is one instrument. In addition to that, through IGAD, and particularly under the IGAD Pastoral and Livestock Development, we have several MOUs, and IGAD has been supporting. The Kenya-Ethiopia MOU is facilitated and supported by IGAD. The Kenya-Uganda MOU, particularly under the animal health, has been facilitated by IGAD. And the Kenya-Ethiopia, Kenya-Uganda, Kenya, how many of them? Yeah, all those. And we've been undertaking joint synchronized animal vaccinations under our Center of Excellence for Pastoral and Livestock Development. We've also undertaken joint polio vaccination between Kenya, Ethiopia, and Somalia. And therefore, yes, resources is an issue, but we have the right commitment, the right instrument, the right frameworks that have been put in place in the IGAD. IGAD has 5 One Health institutions. We have the Center of Excellence for Livestock, we have the Climate Center, we have the Center for Environment, we have the Center for Nutrition, where this Prepare is managed, and we already have at the regional level One Health coordination framework or institutions in IGAD. So we have a lot that is happening, but yes, resources is an issue, but these instruments and commitments and frameworks have already, and information sharing have already been established under IGAD. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Let us give a High Excellency very big clap. Thank you for that. Now we are going to pick a set of questions. I'll start with this side. Go ahead, sir.
Mine is not really a question, a comment. And I want to be very brief because of time. One is looking at the three countries' presentation. It looks like the problem or the public health problem across the three countries are almost similar. And one thing that I also noted is if you look at the priority areas, also aligns very well with what we are planning to support. So I think IFRC, IGAD, we need to sit down with the member state and see how we can align and break down our activities and ensure that we meet the needs of the country. Then I was so impressed with also Ethiopia in regards to supporting diagnostic at the port of entry. He talked of the 15 BSL-3 labs at the port of entry, which is really commendable, I can say, initiative from Ethiopia. Then one thing I think as we are discussing, we really need to make a decision is, do we really need to invest in buying very expensive machine to support port of entry diagnostic? Or do we go for point of care testing, which is, I can say, inexpensive and at the same time easy to manage at the port of entry? I think that's maybe a decision that we may need to get from the member state on whether we go for these very expensive that require maintenance. You take a machine to a place where electricity is not stable, or do we go for a point of care testing, as mentioned by Ethiopia? Then I was also a bit impressed with the JE indicator. Ethiopia, 2016, it was at 48%. They moved at 2023, it was at 61%. Then we don't know with 2028 what it will be, because if you look at our activities, the indicators that is going to measure the progress of this project is the JE indicator. Maybe in 2028 we might maybe go back and see, do we have any impact based on or from support that we are getting from the Prepare project. And thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you so much for presenters. That was just a comment and additional information. You not need to respond to it. So, let me have from Kenya, one, then Ethiopia.
Okay, mine really is not a question, but just to complement to what my colleague has said from Kenya. I know there is the issue, this big issue of data sharing, and it's a major thing. And of course, much has been said, what IGAD has led in terms of the policy that most of the countries have actually endorsed. But in addition to this, we also have a bilateral data sharing initiative between Kenya and Tanzania, and I think it was highlighted in one of our presentations. This was an initiative that was led by the two presidents of the Republic of Kenya and the United Republic of Tanzania. We are at the advanced stage of having this document endorsed and implemented. The other question that I think was raised by Somalia about what are the initiatives that have been put in place to strengthen our capacity in terms of pandemic preparedness and response. One of the things that I think and most of the countries I'm sure are also implementing is the regional strategy that is IDSR. Currently, Kenya, we have already started implementing the third edition of the IDSR guidelines, which of course incorporates quite a number of things, including RCCE, issues on One Health, and many other things. And we are rolling out this. Of course, we started at the national level. We are rolling out now to the sub-national levels. The other issue that we feel will really strengthen our preparedness and response to pandemic is a lab capacity. I know we went through a very devastating period during the COVID-19 pandemic, but there are also advantages because we were able to raise our lab capacity from relying at the national level and decentralizing some of these capacities to other areas, especially far to reach areas. In terms of coordination, I think one of the things that is very clear is that if we have a very strong and robust coordination, then we are able to build our capacity in terms of pandemic preparedness and response. And owing to this, we are rolling out establishment of public emergency operation centers. We have one very functional one at the national level. We have 47 counties in the country.
Aren't it summarized in 1 minute?
Okay, currently we have raised this number to 26, including the national level. Of course, the other issue is the workforce capacity in terms of the technical capacity. As has been said before, I think we were lucky to have had a training of about 120 staff through AFOC, and 70 of them have also gone through public emergency management training. So those are some of the things that, some of the initiatives that we are trying to implement to ensure that we build the capacity of the country in terms of responding and preparing for future pandemic. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Kenya, for that addition. Let us clap for Kenya. Good. I'm going to get another question from Djibouti. Please go ahead and raise it. And you tell us the presenter you are raising.
Oui, alors, merci beaucoup, monsieur le facilitateur, chers collègues de l'Ouganda. Ma question, de façon générale, s'adresse à la collègue du Kenya. Nous savons que la majorité des maladies que nous discutons
Sorry for some delay because of long translation services. You can repeat the question, please.
Oui, je disais que ma question s'adresse à la collègue du Kenya. D'abord, j'aimerais la féliciter pour sa présentation qui nous a beaucoup éclairé sur le mécanisme de riposte.
Just hold on. We are waiting a bit for Papa streamlining translation. Will give us 1 minute. Yeah, now we can go ahead.
Ok. Alors, merci beaucoup, chers collègues du Kenya, pour la présentation. Je disais que nous savons tous que les maladies que nous discutons aujourd'hui, depuis hier, sont, dans leur majorité, nous viennent soit en contact des animaux sauvages, soit la consommation de viande de brousse. J'ai pu voir lors de votre présentation que vous avez 30 espèces de mammifères terrestres. J'aimerais savoir, est-ce que la viande de brousse est consommée, la chasse d'espèces sauvages est pratiquée dans votre pays? Est-ce qu'il y a des programmes de lutte contre la chasse des espèces ou la consommation de viande de brousse dans votre pays pour qu'on puisse, au niveau national, nous aussi suivre votre voie j'aimerais informer qu'à Djibouti, la chasse, la capture des espèces sauvages est interdite et les communautés locales et autochtones de notre pays ne consomment pas la viande de brousse. Donc, j'aimerais juste avoir des éclaircissements sur ce point. Merci beaucoup.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just note that question down, then you'll have to answer. I'm going to receive another question from South Sudan. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. And good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Angelo Gopton from the Republic of South Sudan. I'm the Director of Health Security, Emergency Workforce Development and One Health. I'm also the Chair of the One Health Secretariat. Thank you, presenters, for these wonderful presentations. My question will go to Federal Republic of Ethiopia. In your presentation, you mentioned that you have already developed the second generation National Action Plan for Health Security, and you are actually moving forward with the implementation. South Sudan had the same. Last week, we launched our second NAPS, and we are in place also to start the implementation very soon. So I just want to ask how, since you have went ahead with the implementation, what was the plan that you follow in resource mobilization for funding the second NAPS, which is a big challenge to us at the moment, and we are interested to learn from Ethiopia on how resources are mobilized with focus more on the domestic funding or funding within the country, which is a big challenge to us in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to receive another question from Sudan. Then we can give the presenters the opportunity to answer them. From Sudan.
Okay. I'm Dr. Abdurrahman, Director of Emergency Health of Sudanese Red Crescent. My question for the three countries. If been any coordination for the selection of the entry points between the countries, because we facing this problem now with South Sudan. In Sudan, our priorities is entry point called Joda. We're facing massive population movement, but this is not a priority for the. This is our first priority, but this is not priority for the South Sudan. The South Sudan, for some reason, there is priority with Uganda now, is entry point with Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now at this juncture, I would like to call upon the presenter to respond to the comments raised, and we shall start from Kenya in that order.
Okay. If I got the question right from Djibouti, it's on issues of consumption of products from animals or meat from animals. And I'm not sure if I also got it right. Djibouti, you're saying you're not allowed to kill animals for food or for meat, but maybe you'll confirm that. But for Kenya, I think I would speak about issues of the provisions that are there for animal welfare, because we do consume meat, milk, eggs, and the like from animals. And when it comes to meat for the slaughter, there are guidelines in the Meat Control Act and also Animal Welfare Act to ensure that while we are slaughtering the animal for food, we ensure that it's done in a humane manner so that the animal is not suffering. And also that slaughtering in a humane manner will also ensure the safety and the quality of the product from the animal. There are also provisions to ensure that during transportation to the slaughterhouse, it is the animals are again transported in a humane way. In addition, also there is a provision for halal because we have Muslims again. So most of the slaughterhouses ensure they have the halal provisions during slaughter. Maybe I would also speak on the issue of wildlife. There are a few cases of maybe what I would say illegal, maybe trade and consumption of wild animals, which is one of the challenges and has, it's a risk, of course, for pandemic and epidemics. So that's one of the areas that we are working on to ensure that we, together with now the Ministry of Wildlife, to curb poaching and that illegal trade in wildlife meat. But then there are again provisions to in the Wildlife Act to ensure that that is not happening, and for you to maybe keep some of the wild animals, for instance, ostriches and maybe crocodiles for meat in a legal way, then you have to be licensed by the Kenya Wildlife Service. Yeah, so I think that answers, or could answer your question from how I understood it.
So, a very brief one. With regard to the National Action Plan for Health Security, and the member states cannot address and ensure the national health security without strategic partnership and also resource mapping around the National Action Plan for Health Security. This is a known fact. So developing a National Action Plan for Health Security is one thing, but a very important component of the National Action Plan for Health Security implementation is the NAPS resource mobilization and the mapping. So this is very important and critical. And WHO and usually guide member states, particularly in NAPS resource mapping and the mobilization. And of course, there are tools around that, and NAPS resource mapping and the mobilization. So the support of WHO, we have already resource mapping and the mobilization workshop, high level, in the presence of strategic partners and also donors, and also WHO from Afro and the country office and also HQ, and supported and very much in this regard. So we have conducted the first resource mapping and the mobilization. And NAPS remap is not one time, it is ongoing, it is continuous. So it involves domestic and source for National Action Plan for Security implementation, and also resource mapping from the donors. So this is one thing what I would like to say with regard to NAPS implementation and the resource mapping. The coordination at the point of entry, I'm not sure whether I have clearly caught the question around that, but the point of entry is very, very important and strategic, and we have developed as a country in terms of reference, and for the coordination at the point of entry, we have developed that one. Two things within the country, we do have multiple sectors. So it is between the sectors, and also for the cross-border, we have already developed the terms of reference. That has been guided by the Travel and the Border Health and the Directorate under the Ethiopian Public Health and Institute. So this is one thing. And finally, what I would like to say is, we have a National Wildlife Coordination Platform at the global level as a quadripartite. But I would like to stress on this point, we don't have strong one at the regional level and also at the IGAD level. We're talking about in the sector specific, where is the IGAD level sustainable One Health coordination platform? even at the continental level, at the regional level. We don't have sustainable One Health coordination platform at the regional level. We do have at global level and also at the country level, we have sustainable One Health coordination platform for most of the countries, and ad hoc committee based on the memorandum of understanding for some of the countries. So Africa CDC have already initiated that one to develop the sustainable One Health coordination and for that can coordinate the member state. And so we need to establish that one also at in the IGAD and level. So this is one of my comments. Thank you very much.
So I can see they have addressed most of the issues raised. Maybe one comment which was about selection of points of entry for purpose of coordination. It is an issue we can discuss more during the break with a colleague from Sudan so that it can be better understood. Otherwise, I would like to thank you for the comments you have raised and for the response. At this juncture, let us clap for the presenters and we ask them to take their seats. And as our culture is, I'm going to ask Dr. to lead us. Dr. Sande, let us give them asante sana.
Yongeza tena.
Thank you. Also, let us clap for the participants and delegates who have been very patient and who have contributed. Let us clap for them using again asante sana. Yongeza tena. We are now going for the break, but in interest of time, we are only going to use 15 minutes. The break is being served from within here, so let us use 15 minutes and we come and we continue with our program. Thank you so much. Okay, hello. Well done too. And thank you for the effort.
Yes, madam, how are you? I was not able to join from Monday.
From Monday. But the good thing that you are here.
Yeah.
Now we are done.
Yeah. Well done.
Well done too. Lord nacho kama ntente watu ngai bali bangi.
Tulija kudde eno tutule. Utalani wajja. Nga taking up the flags. Okay. Para flags zibeerawo zaffe nga tekuli bantu.
N'entebe tunazifuna ndaba entebe
weziri.
Njagala kujjayo wali computer yange ne njagala kujjayo computer yange ne laptop.
Tujja kulinda tugetuye ekyayi twabikola leeta.
Ne kebo yange eyinza okubula. You are leaving?
Just come to follow up and see that everything is going on well.
Maybe I did not get. You are from Ministry of Water.
Foreign Affairs.
Foreign Affairs. I remember last time Foreign Affairs.
Even yesterday I was here.
Yeah, okay. That is very good. Thank you for joining us. You are always strong.
Good morning. How are you doing, Director?
Yes, Director.
Everyone here is doctor. It's our IGAD focal point.
I was supposed to present today, but because it was spillover from yesterday, so we are like, if you look at this now, yeah, most likely because we've had this, so It's okay, we should have done it. Because even yesterday when I told them, okay, can submit this? So now when you submit, they will know the 16th, that will be a matter of calling her to come and then sign it.
May I ask you whether you can help us read from
Oh, okay.
because I thought you know you are making meeting yesterday, that's why I
It's okay. Okay. Okay, okay. Got it. Betty.
Hello, hello. We are beginning in the next 2 minutes. In the next 2 minutes, we are resuming. Kindly wrap up your side discussion at tea time, and let us again reconvene. Let us again reconvene in 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Let us again reconvene in 2 minutes. Now 1.5 minutes. I am counting. Our distinguished participants, let's reconvene in 1 minute. In 1 minute. Somalia, kindly come and ensure that your presentation is in order. We are not doing well in time. We are not doing well in terms of time. Kindly, let's reconvene again. Thank you. In the next 30 minutes, we will be beginning. Yes, sorry, 30 seconds. In the next 30 seconds, kindly get seated in the next 30 seconds. Thank you very much. I think, yes? Yes. So in 10 seconds, we'll begin again. Thank you.
Once again, I welcome you back from the breakfast. I was watching from a side, I saw it was engaging and enjoyable. So now let us go back to our section. At this juncture, I would like again to ask you to join hands so that we welcome the representative of Somalia to make his presentation. Let us clap for Somalia. That is a very weak clap. I can see the house is full. Members want asante sana. Yongeza tena. So for Somalia, we are giving you again 20 minutes to make your presentation. When it is, the time is reducing, I will show you 3 minutes before and then 1 minute. So let us take up our seat and listen to Somalia.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Abdinasir Yusuf Osman. At the moment, I am serving as a chair of the One Health National Level Technical Working Group in Somalia, as well as also Senior Health Security Advisor to the Ministry of Health, Federal Government of Somalia. Along with that, I also work as a part-time postdoctoral researcher at the Royal Veterinary College, University of London, UK. Today, I would like to give you an overview of One Health implementation in Somalia. And as you know, Somali's One Health programming represents a significant case study in health security and multi-sectoral collaboration in fragile states. We have many challenges, and most of these challenges are not only epidemiological, but deeply embedded into our socio-political and economic system. As you can see from the map, Somalia is located in a tip. The presentation is going, but I can see it. Can we see? Yeah, okay. As you can see from the map, Somalia is located in a tip of region which is very challenging for epidemic and pandemic risks, partly due to high reliance on animal husbandry, weak state capacity, and fragile health system. The country lies also at the climate intersection crisis. There is also frequent droughts, floods, and cyclones. There is also a humanitarian issue. There is also high cross-border mobile population and livestock mobility. The country is also a hub for live animal trading, and normally livestock export and nomadic pastoralism drive the economic survival, but also pathogenic transmission risks. There is also non-state actors, and the government is in mission to defeat, including Al-Shabaab. However, their presence also complicate border control measures, sometimes turning health into security issue. According to the international instruments, Somalia has the lowest international health regulation, 33 out of 100. When it comes to global health security index, it is 16 out of 100. We have signed the Biological Weapon Convention and United Nations Security Council resolution. However, we have reported no implementation at all. And for that very reason, we have established a One Health unit, which is now positioned in the Ministry of Health, and we are covering a wide range of thematic areas, including emerging infections, endemic and neglected tropical disease, antimicrobial resistance, food security and food safety, environmental and climate-related issues, water security, and environmental and chemical hazards. And this design or this structure is promising in many ways. However, still there is no commitment in terms of the budget allocation to the One Health structure until today. In this structure, we have 4 different line ministries: the Minister of Health, which is leading the One Health initiatives in the country; the Minister of Livestock, Forestry and Range; the Minister of Environment and Climate Change; the Minister of Agriculture and Irrigation. We are also working with leading academic institutions in the country, including Somali National University, Amud University, national technical institutions, including the National Institute of Health, and also private university, in this case, CIMAD University. We have developed multiple One Health strategies, including the National Action Plan for Health Security, which is outdated. At the same time also, we have developed the Joint External Evaluation in 2016, which is also outdated. There's also other relevant documents in the One Health, but now we have drafted the Somali National One Health Strategic Plan from 2025 until 2029. In terms of One Health governance, we have conducted our prioritization workshop in 2023. And we have prioritized 7 zoonotic diseases, including Rift Valley fever, Middle East respiratory syndrome, anthracis, trypanosomiasis, brucellosis, and also zoonotic influenza virus. If you look at the top 3 or the top 4, most of them are zoonotic diseases of pandemic potential. And they are really very important. And this list, again, reflects the threat and economic vulnerabilities of the country. When it comes to the Mpox, until today, there is no single laboratory confirmed case in Somalia, unlike other countries in IGAD member states, including Uganda. We have also conducted our national bridging workshop, and we have identified a lot of gaps that exist in terms of the sectoral collaboration, and we have identified almost 94 actions, and most of these actions are low cost, but high impact, and this tells you the implementation bottlenecks in most cases are political, not technical. We have done a One Healthy simulation exercise between Somalia, Ethiopia, and Kenya, and IGAD was coordinating in collaboration with UK Health Security and also Chatham House. We have also done other transboundary workshops. We have trained in terms of the laboratory, biosecurity and biosafety, different sectors from animal, human, and also not environmental sectors. To be honest, environmental sectors were misrepresented in many cases. We have conducted a One Health laboratory assessment tool, and we have identified a lot of gaps in the country, and we will share with you that report. We have also done One Health net mapping. Somalia, again, is a part of the continental initiatives, including IGAD, which is very important in terms of knowledge transfer and capacity building. Those are slides from a high-level technical meeting conducted by IGAD. At the same time, also, we have also trained the BHOCs and also the surveillance officers from the country within the One Healthy approach. At the moment, we don't have our BHOC is positioned in the National Institute of Health, but it has to be a One Healthy oriented again, and that's what we are advocating in many ways. In terms of the points of entry, as WHO joint external evaluation, 6 airports, almost 4 seaports. But however, according to the IOM reports, we have almost up to 48 points of entry. And there's always daily international flights and also cross-border trade, which also boasts high risk of infectious disease transmission due to lack of surveillance capacity. This slide shows you the process that we have done in terms of our One Healthy strategic plan, which focuses 5 key pillar areas. And the total budget is almost 2 million. And to be honest, we have not even made any resource mobilization. There is no even what you call a single penny. So this also shows, in terms of the One Health unit, we have a One Health unit at the cross-border area, especially in Gedo region, Elwak, and now we are establishing a new One Health unit to decentralize the One Health implementation from the federal to the state level. We have now established 2 in Hiran. So we have also a community action networks, and these are community-based platform from local and religious leaders, frontline healthcare service providers, traditional healers, and also women representatives, youth representatives, business leaders, and also we have a One Health task force. And we are also, what you call it, we have these community action networks, which is really very important. And they are the only structures that link what the community now to what institutions decide. In terms of the existing cross-border collaboration, so far we have 2 documents, Somalia and Ethiopia, which is cross-border coordination and cooperation on animal health and sanitary measures. Again, also Somalia and Ethiopia, but there is no implementation. Most of these MOUs remain effective on paper. They are theoretical. Somalia has also identified key focus areas in terms of cross-border collaboration, multi-sectoral response to One Health emergencies, strengthening the One Health-oriented surveillance and laboratory capacity building and training programs, and cross-border research networks. We have a lot of strengths also. One of them is the existing cross-border committee, which is really what you call it, related to the cholera. But now we have to also have a One Healthy joint task force, which also what you call integrated across the IGAD member states. Somalia also, it has also established One Health coordination mechanisms. We have existing platforms, channels for cross-border coordination, including IGAD. We have a national reference laboratory capacity that exists to diagnose priority diseases. And also we have public health emergency operation centers. We have existing human disease surveillance reporting systems. And our BHOC is now positioned in the National Institute of Health. We have also other BHOCs in federal member states. And that tells you that federalism in action in many ways. The opportunities include also the continental and regional initiatives from multiple international partners, existing the quadripartite, again, common regional initiatives including IGAD and also East African Community, existing cross-border collaboration support from the FSF Swiss, and at the same time also strong global technical support and advocacy for One Healthy approach. I will not go through it in detail. There's a lot of threats also. There's also a lot of current stakeholders from the quadripartite regional technical institution, including Africa CDC, international NGOs, Global Implementation Solution, FSF Swiss, GIZ. They have not engaged in many ways in Somalia. And at the same time, the most important one is the regional pandemic fund that we are part of it. And Somalia, the One Healthy should be what you call it, funded from this pandemic fund. And I strongly believe that our national priorities also is your regional priorities. And regional neglect to Somalia is going to be only a political choice. Thank you.
Let us give Somalia a very big clap. Actually, they are the best in keeping time, and because of that,
Asante sana. Yongeza tena.
Let us get the next presenter, and that is South Sudan. Let us clap for South Sudan. After South Sudan, we shall have a presentation from Sudan. So I'm requesting the presenters to make sure they share their presentation with the Secretariat. I think we have given South Sudan a very weak clap, and I know they are going to give us a very good presentation.
Asante sana. Yongeza tena.
Thank you.
Excellencies, honorables, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Meanwhile, we are still solving the problem of technology. Technology is good and it's bad at the same time. So it's complicating our things. But allow me to say my name is Dr. Angelo Gopton. I work for Ministry of Health, the Republic of South Sudan, as a Director of Health Security, Emergency Workforce Development, and One Health. I also double as the chair of One Health in South Sudan. And I'm very privileged to stand in front of you to present on behalf of South Sudan team. They are sitting there. Can you wave South Sudan team for recognition? Yes, thank you very much. So today I will take you through our presentation, the Mpox and other pandemic or epidemic. I was also looking at the multi-sectoral coordination, preparedness and response in South Sudan. And I have also one colleague who have few slides. He will present after me from South Sudan Red Cross. My colleague Chol is sitting at the back. So I can see we have a very tough timekeeper from Republic of Uganda. You can pause a little bit. Yeah, so these are my outlines for the presentation. We'll look at the contacts, information, outbreak preparedness, and some ongoing outbreaks. Coordination mechanism that exists in South Sudan was more focused on One Health approach. We'll also look at the lesson learned and recommendations, and then we'll look at some priorities action that we also want to compare with the regional priorities, the IGAD priorities as well. So as you know, the Republic of South Sudan is bordering 6 countries, starting from the Republic of Kenya, Uganda, DRC, Ethiopia, our neighbor Sudan, and Central African Republic. We got our independence in 9th July 2011, and I want to show it clearly that it was a political separation. And the evidence is that we are still sitting with our colleagues Sudan. We are there, we are still one people. And this is also again complementing the word of His Excellency when he said the borders are forced on us. So also I add my voice to remove them, remove them, and we become one Africa. So in South Sudan, administratively, we have 10 states, we have 3 administrative areas, and we have 80 counties. And Payams are 509, and Boomers are 2,500. Our population estimate is 12.4 based on our last communication from South Sudan Bureau of Standard. We never had a recent census for the population. We are expected it to come in next or the other year to come. We are known by fragile health system, and our health service delivery through hospitals, state hospitals, teaching hospitals, and also PHCCs and PHCUs, and also with the new initiative called Boomer Health Initiative, we look at the health services at the grassroots. In terms of emergencies, we have infectious diseases, which are everywhere in South Sudan, and have mentioned a few of them here. We'll focus today on cholera, Mpox, and anthrax, just to give more detail on that. In terms of systems in place, we have emergency preparedness and response that we are using the IDSR strategy, which is 3rd edition. We also have a functional One Health multi-sectoral coordination mechanism. We have a well-functional public health emergency operations center, and other structures also we use. In terms of ongoing outbreaks, these are the few lists that I have mentioned, and I have actually categorized them based on the number of mortalities at the moment. Malaria is leading, followed by cholera, anthrax, Mpox, etc. In terms of Mpox, I will go quickly through some details. Our first case was confirmed in February 7, 2025, and up to now, our cases based on last week, which is week 32, we have no new suspected case. Our confirmed case of Mpox in South Sudan. This fixed our cases as 428 with 20 deaths in South Sudan. About the distribution of those MPOC cases, we have some few areas that were affected. Majority is in Juba, as you can see in the map, with 16 cases confirmed in Juba, the capital city of South Sudan. We also have 2 cases in Rumbek, 1 case in Rumbek Center, 1 case in Rumbek East, and 1 case in Malakal. With all these confirmed cases, aged between 12 to 40 years, and 11 MPOC positive cases was also confirmed to be MPOC clade 1B, which is disturbing in other countries as well. Sequencing is also ongoing in South Sudan. Real-time PCR also show positive samples as we continue monitoring the situation. These are a few analyses were done by our teams. As you can see clearly, EP curve for suspected and confirmed cases, and also a graph showing the analysis by gender, as you can compare between male and female. So that was about Mpox. Let me go quickly to cholera. Cholera is the second disease which is disturbing us at the moment, with a total number of 89,291 confirmed cases since September 18, 2024. Now, I want to draw your attention into a death or mortality related to this cholera, 1,530 within these 2 years. This is a quite big number, and this shows seriousness of cholera. Case fatality rate is 1.7. The cholera have spread over 55 counties out of 80 counties in South Sudan. 9 states are affected out of 10 and 3 administrative areas. Actually, the 3 administrative areas reported cases also as part of the 9 states. It's only 1 state that we never had a case. I think it is by miracle, Western Equatorial State. So what have been done so far? We have deployed many teams, rapid response teams, and also other emergency teams who are doing case management, RCCE, or Risk and Crisis Communication and Community Engagement, to make sure we combat the effect of cholera in South Sudan. There are ongoing concern as we move to another season, which is a rainy season. It means more flood in some states which are already flooded since 2022. And also population displacement is one of the concerns, as also fighting intense in some neighboring countries. We still receive a lot of refugees, which is a very big concern. One of them is the Republic of Sudan, that we hope the fighting coming to an end to stop the suffering of the people in Sudan. There are new hotspots for cholera, as I'm speaking, areas that we didn't confirm cases in those states. About the EFI curve, these are 2 EFI curves. It's showing in the last week, which is week 32, we were seeing some decline in number of cases. But again, as more rain came, we again seeing in the week 33, we are seeing again upsurge in number of cases in some states. And this means we may have more cases in the coming period. This is the map of the Republic of South Sudan. As you can see very clearly, the entire country is covered by cholera. And if you look at the legend, we show you the number of cases, and these different colors we are using. It's only 1 state that have not reported any case so far, which is Western Equatorial State. This shows that there is a need for the regional organization to also support South Sudan in regard to this ongoing cholera. These are analysis of cholera per age and gender, as you can see. We also have the EFI curve in some of the new area that have shown upsurge in number of cases, which is Gogrial West, is a new area. As we keep our eyes on all the states, you can see clearly that there are new 2,497 cases in that area with 46 deaths. This means still we'll expect more as the rainy season is also intensing to September, October and November and December. So deployment is ongoing, and we have many teams on ground now with challenge of also some funding issues. We are not able to have many deployment at the moment.
Just to give you some information, you are halfway, and since you said you are sharing your presentation with a colleague,
yes.
I would think that the first part could be. I'm giving you extra 2 minutes.
You have taken 1 minute from me now. Thank you very much. So anthrax situation, as you can see, is one of the diseases also we are dealing with. Anthrax in 2 states, Western Bargazal and Warabi State. So we have recorded so far, only in 2025, 167 cases. And we have 5 deaths in those 2 states. And a lot of intervention ongoing under the umbrella of One Health approach. We have deployed several teams to those areas to intervene. Few challenges.
Just some information which I have just received as a chair, is that now I have given you the full time of your time, please. The presentation from Uganda, from South Sudan Red Cross will not be made. It was shared sometime earlier. So please use all your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being a good chair. So areas related to funding is our main issue. We are not able to conduct a comprehensive response to this anthrax. Also community perception also play a big role. South Sudan communities depend on cattle keeping, and they also use it for food, and people are consuming dead animals in the communities, and this is one of the big challenges. Staff turnover due to economic crisis and low payment in the government as our currency is down is also a big issue. And then we are also lacking comprehensive trainings in all the states when it comes to anthrax. So we recommend deployment of more rapid response teams in the affected areas, and also training of healthcare workers and community members on anthrax management. And sure, we need to conduct more risk and crisis communication and community engagement. Marburg, so far, we don't have any confirmed or any case related to Marburg disease. However, we have developed and updated our Marburg preparedness and response plan. We have also developed a standard case definition for both healthcare workers and communities. Lab sample protocol is in place, and also the lab teams in the states and at the national level had been oriented on safe sample collection and management. Healthcare workers also oriented on Marburg, and the RRTs are also on standby to respond to any suspected case. In terms of cross-border, we have some strategies in place. The newly amended International Health and Coordination or International Health Regulation 2005 was just endorsed 3 weeks ago by South Sudan, and we have given feedback to WHO HQ to add South Sudan as one of the countries that have endorsed the new amendment of the IHR. Sure, we have looked at the improvement that have been done in the latest IHR. We have looked at the more focus on cross-border, and also we have looked at the One Health approach that have been added as well. South Sudan National Public Health Institute, the act have been just signed by the president, and also we have IDSR, which is looking at surveillance, indicator-based and community-based, and we have EOC, which is looking at event-based. Other systems in place, electronic system include EWAS, it's known as Early Warning Alert Response System, District Information System 2, ODK, and e-governance. Challenges, again, limited funding, road inaccessibility due to flooding, and some insecurities in some states. Ongoing plan of action, cross-border meetings. We want, like Kenya, we want to revisit MOUs between the neighboring countries, training and simulation exercises at the border. In terms of health security strategies, I've mentioned some of this, but I want to draw your attention that last week we launched 2 important strategic documents in South Sudan. The first one is the second generation National Action Plan for Health Security, And the second one is the National One Health Strategic Plan 2025-2030. These two strategies are now ready for implementation, and we are bringing this into your attention. As you can see, the cost of these two plans, the NAPS costs 14.1, and a One Health Strategic Plan costs 27.2. We have other strategies in place, as you can see. The multi-hazard disease-specific plans, the performance veterinary services also is purely One Health approach, have informed us of some gaps, our rabies elimination strategy, and also we are finalizing the animal health surveillance strategy. In terms of laboratory capacity, in South Sudan, we have a functional national reference laboratory with PCR, or polymerase chain reaction, gene expert, enzyme link immunosurveillance assay, which are some of the modern tests that we are used in South Sudan. However, the lab have not been internationally accredited, so we are not able to confirm any disease of international concern. So we collaborate with some neighboring countries like Uganda Viral Research Institute that help us in confirming some of these samples. We have also deployed a mobile laboratory at the border between South Sudan and Uganda, and Nimulu illegal cross-border, which is the largest crossing point to South Sudan apart from Juba International Airport. Also, turnaround time have improved compared to previous years. Now our samples within 24 hours or less, we are getting the results. Challenges, these are repeated challenges like other areas. Lesson learned, adequate infrastructure, especially when you go to the states, and also when you confirm in the other One Health line ministries. So a laboratory capacity is not considered strong only in human health, but you also look at the other sectors as well. So recommendation, we recommend the government of South Sudan to implement the Abuja Declaration of 15% of the total country budget to health system. Up to now, we're still facing challenge. We are not getting that percentage within our country. External funding, sure, is one of the things we focus more, diagnostic tools and also training, capacity building, and strengthening One Health lab capacities across the country. Under workforce, we have just trained many cohort of field epidemiology training program, 9 of them, and 2 out of these 9 One Health cohort, 25 each. So you calculate, you'll get a good number of epidemiologists, field epidemiologists in South Sudan. At the national level, we have 2 rapid response teams, 14 each. And in the states, we have also rapid response teams. And recently, we have also introduced the One Health multi-sectoral rapid response team, reflecting other sectors. The challenges and lessons learned are the same as others. However, I will just select one. The close collaboration and coordination with partners is important. Training and simulation exercise critical as they train the team to make sure they respond adequately. Poor roads sometimes render the teams to move. We recommend procurement of vehicles for this rapid response team to be able to reach far communities that are not able to be reached by either on foot or flight. Training and simulation exercise, and also preposition of PPEs and other logistics. In terms of One Health, in South Sudan, One Health is embedded under Ministry of Cabinet Affairs, which is equivalent to Prime Minister in other countries. We put it there to make sure that we caught high level attention to implement One Health. Secretariat is embedded in the Ministry of Health under a department called Health Security, Emergency Workforce Development, and One Health. I will show you the structure of the department. It's led by a director who report to the Director General for International Health and Coordination in the Ministry of Health, assisted by a member, and One Health Secretariat report to the director. Then we have operation planning, surveillance, and ICT. One Health rapid response team, lab, and other supportive staff. In the department, we focus on health security strategies, One Health, and emergency workforce development, as you can see in the picture. South Sudan also has these priority diseases under One Health. I'm not going to read through, but what I want to mention is, as we have been doing routine, we have started moving to some diseases who have been like neglected. Like we had taken care of head wave, dog bite, snake bite, scorpion sting, and some of these, which also we found that they are killing people in the community. Waste management. We also have issue of pollution, and this is done under One Health approach. Now, these are some pictures for the One Health structure and what they have done so far. As you can see, these are different workshops during the development of some plans. This was NAPS. This is a joint deployment we do under One Health. The team are doing analysis. This was a dog bite joint deployment. We also celebrate some One Health events now in South Sudan, like the War Rabies Day, which will do awareness and also conduct massive vaccination for dogs. These are also partners and some high-level government officials in South Sudan. This was head of WHO and US CDC some years back. This is the governance structure that we have put for One Health approach in South Sudan. It has different levels, starting from the chairmanship under Minister of Cabinet Affairs, supported by Secretariat. The next level of the leadership is the technical committee, which are actually ministers of the One Health line ministries. We also have the technical working groups, 8 of them, as you can see. These are the technical working group we activate during preparedness and response using One Health approach. This is the declaration of commitment that was signed by 6 ministers in 2023, declaring that the One Health approach should be supported in South Sudan. And this is, to us, is our legal document, apart from other legal documents exist, like the NPHI Act and also health policy. We have rolled One Health to the states. As you can see, the green areas, this is where we have launched One Health strategic, One Health MCM, and the red areas we are about to finish before the end of the year. These are a few achievements for One Health that I will not go through one. Now the few pictures from the launching in the states, the 7 states that we have launched One Health MCM. This state number 6 were up. Then this was the last state we conducted the launching of One Health MCM, Western Baragazal. Now we have remained with 3 states. These are a few challenges facing One Health in South Sudan, and I think those challenges are also in line with this Prepare project that the IGAD is also launching, and I was very happy to see phase 2. It was all about One Health approach, so I expect some of the support to help the One Health in South Sudan as we move forward. Coordination capacities, these are a few lessons learned and recommendations. There is strong political will when it comes to coordination. You have seen the minister have signed. Funding is a big gap. Cholera, recurrent trigger of cases due to flooding and displacement. There is also unpredicted spread as we continue receiving population from different neighboring countries. Vaccine also is ongoing, and there is also effective response strategies in place as well. Next steps for early warning, we look at the IDSR, community health facility level. More deployment for the team save a lot of lives, improve timelines, our real-time data sharing. This is one that have come up before. The ensure sustainable and also predictable funding. We need to develop advocate for national outbreak contingency plan within the country, donor support, and public health management fund as well. Enhance local health system capacity. We need to continue training the RRTs and also expand our networking with regional bodies. I do believe this is my last slide. Related to proposition of emergency supplies, we also recommend this action proposition, our proposition essential supplies to affected states with cholera and other diseases. Also, we need to upgrade cold chain system and partners with also logistic actors as well, collaborating like WFP and ONHAS as well. Under One Health MCM, we want to continue strengthening the activated national and state public health emergency operations center. We have 2 of them. Also clarify roles in cross-border sectors, and also conduct regular simulation exercise and after-action reviews, and complete the rollout of the MCM in the remaining 3 states. Thank you very much.
Thank you, South Sudan. Let us give them a very big clap. And we have to add them because he's the youngest member of IGAD. So being young, I have been very flexible to allow them more time. But for subsequent ones who are the elders, I will not allow you a lot of time like that. Next is Sudan. Please move forward and make your presentation. Let us clap for Sudan. So as before, we expect to use 20 minutes. And I think we have not had a good clap. We have to follow our culture. Where is Dr. Sunday? Let us give Sudan a big welcome.
Asante sana. Yongeza tena. I think that clap is both for South Sudan and Sudan. Thanking Sudan for presenting and welcoming South Sudan. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mayad Ismail, the One Health focal point in Sudan. I'm working in Federal Ministry of Health. On behalf of my colleagues in Ministry of Health, Ministry of Animal Resources, and High Council of Environment and Natural Resources, I will present. As you know, Sudan is a large country with an area of 1,886,000 square kilometers. It's located in Northeast Africa between latitude 48 for 21 minutes and latitude 23 and 8 minutes. It is known by its rich natural resource, mainly agriculture, lands, livestock, water, forests, oil, natural gas, gold, iron, and other metal, and borders by 7 countries: Egypt, Libya, Chad, the Central African Republic, South Sudan, Ethiopia, and Eritrea. The central parts of Sudan characterized by many large irrigated schemes. The amount of rainfall increased towards the south, where there are grasslands and tropical savanna. Sudan's rainy season continues for about 4 months, from June to September in the north, and up to 6 months from May to October in the south. The country is divided into 18 states, 189 localities, arrangement of public services, including health. The demography, the current population of Sudan estimated 51,800,000 as Monday, August 25 to the 25 August, based on world meters elaboration of the last United Nations data. The religions is Islam and Christian. The legal framework for environment, Sudan has issued several acts and policies for protecting forests, wildlife, both wild animals and fish, control of chemical applications of illegal and harmful drugs, pesticide, pollution of natural pastoral and sea coasts, inspection of sanitary and phytosanitary imports of agricultural seeds and seedling, and illegal chemicals and drugs. These policies are the environmental protection, environment impact assessment regulations, pollution regulations, public health and national life acts. The cross borders with Sudan are we have borders with Egypt in Argin, Ashket, and Halfa, and South Sudan with Yoda, with Ethiopia in Galabat, and Chad, Libya, with crossing the Egypt service as significant entry point logistic zones. The country trade and transportation corridors are characterized by its strategic Great Sea axis. Port Sudan Gateway access to sea routes, a key development. Corridors involves the movement of goods by roads and rivers from South Sudan through Joda corridors. For Eritrea, there is Kassala. The One Health, there we have One Health milestones in Sudan. Coordination between the three sectors, human health and animal health sectors has been early established. However, many efforts have been done through the last years toward farming, institutionalization, and partnership. This was achieved by adopting One Health concept to implement prevention and response to the zoonotic diseases. Joint external evaluation for countries was conducted in 2016, and Sudan scored high addressing zoonotic disease. It was 4 from 5. These gaps was including operationalization and implementation of One Health platform with consequence on public health, animal health, wildlife, and other relevant sectors. I'm continuing the One Health militancies. One Health focal points from human health, animal health, and environment sectors are nominated in 18 states, all the states of Sudan, one focal person from each ministry. Since 2016, Federal Ministry of Health through the Zoonotic Disease Unit has been working to develop the One Health platform. The engagement of environmental sector and wildlife in One Health activities was led by the Federal Ministry of Health. Sorry. One Health of major steps taken was the conduction of workshop of One Health zoonotic disease prioritization in August 2021. The workshop was model for One Health activity that gathered technical people and expertise representing from the relevant sectors and stakeholders. The outcome of the workshop was the multi-sectoral action plan. The joint risk assessment for brucellosis species was conducted from October 2021 up to March 2022 in Khartoum and White Nile and Jazeera states. This was the first joint risk assessment conducted in Sudan. Also, joint risk assessment for RVF in River Nile, Red Sea, and Northern states from October 2021 up to October 2022. The active search of Guinea worm in 3 states was conducted in 2023 in White Nile, Sinnar, and Blue Nile, also in April 2024. The One Health platform established in 8 states, as shown in the map. With the green color is One Health platform was established. Red Sea, River Nile, Northern, Khartoum, Kassala, not Khartoum, Kassala, White Nile, Sinnar, Blue Nile, West Kordofan, East Darfur, and Central Darfur. With blue color as in process, North Kordofan, Khartoum, Jazeera, and Gadarif. With orange color is not established. The current status of outbreaks. Regarding the mpox, we haven't any reported cases, or we have not any confirmed case of mpox. Only one suspected case from West Darfur, and we are working in preparedness measures. For the preparedness measures, we have activation of mpox technical committee, updating the preparedness and response plan, updating the case definition and protocol, distribution of SOPs in points of entry, training of RRTs, on the case definition and protocol. Also, community-based surveillance training at border states in Kassala, Gadarif, and White Nile. Also, we are updating the health promotion materials and under the printing through the KFC, and we are enhanced surveillance to monitor and identify wildlife cases of mpox and other priority diseases. The response emphasizes One Health strategy. The One Health approach was adopted by inclusion ministries of animals, technical committee planning, capacity building, and risk communication and community engagement. Also, one of the outbreaks, we have ongoing rabies outbreak. The epidemic curve shows that we have 261 reported suspected cases. Any animal bite of animal for us is suspected case of rabies. Most of cases are from Khartoum, only 3 cases from Al Gadarif. The current status of cholera outbreak, also it's an ongoing outbreak in the most states of Sudan, as shown in the ABI curve, up to 22 August in this year. The states affected Khartoum, Wad Madani, Port Sudan, and Kassala. I presented the dengue fever, which I presented is dengue fever. For the cholera, as you know, the proposed action for mpox viral disease to minimize zoonotic transmission and multi-zoonotic of achieving and maintaining the eradication of mpox transmission from person to person through the following measures: improved monitoring, identifying the track mpox virus in wildlife through combining the initiatives from community involvement, epidemiological surveillance, and health programs. Also in the public health, significance of encouraging safer behaviors and teaching communities about the dangers of bushmeat incidents. Study and cooperation create efficient management methods. Scientists, public health officials, and the local people must work together and conduct ongoing studies on the ecological mpox virus. Implementation comprehensive policies will more effectively control and prevent future mpox outbreaks at their source. There is a wrong in the slides. This map is for the cholera outbreaks, which I mentioned before. These all states are affected by the outbreak. Khartoum is almost the high incidence of the disease. National surveillance system in Sudan. Regarding the surveillance system, in Federal Ministry of Health, indicator-based surveillance system in place. We're working on sentinel sites. The surveillance system started in 1970. The total number of the sentinel site is 2,300, cover 38% of health facilities, currently reporting 2,047, covering all levels of the health system in the country. As you know, as a result of the war, all country affected in the health facilities. The delay zero reporting is applied during the outbreaks to cover all health facilities, cover 6 and surveillance health system. We have also event-based surveillance. They think for me the time. I will go and you will send the presentation. EWAR system also in place. The national surveillance system for Ministry of Animal Resources. They have passive surveillance, which is reporting disease notification, veterinary hospitals, reports of response to outbreaks, laboratories, farm reports and surveys, zoonotic disease reports and shares information, secondary data, and disease reported from neighbor countries. Also, the active surveillance is in place. I'm talking about the surveillance system in Ministry of Animal Resources. They have random sampling, clinical surveillance, random sampling, serosurveillance, so supervised serosurveillance, participatory diseases, searching, monitoring, and births to track the spread of highly pathogenic avian influenza. The One Health Information System is not a vertical system. We are working within the system of the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Animal Resources. Just the data is come to Ministry of Health or from the surveillance system of Ministry of Health to the One Health Department in the Ministry of Health, and will be shared with, by using reports weekly, annually, and immediately reports to the Ministry of Health, of the Ministry of Animal Resources, and relevant sectors. The top prioritized zoonotic disease according to the One Health prioritization workshop was the Rift Valley fever, salmonellosis, dengue, rabies, brucellosis, CCHF, and zoonotic avian and hepatitis E. The monthly report form contains these diseases: RVF, CCHF, Ebola, bovine TB, anthrax, and avian influenza, brucellosis, rabies, and animal bites, and leishmaniasis. The laboratory capacities: a new reference lab was established in Red Sea State. As you know, Khartoum was destroyed in August 2023. Was supported by the WHO. The new lab serves alternative virology, epidemic, bacteria, genetic sequence, PCR department. The coordination MOU, which was in 2022, was activated now, and there is joint activities in our coordination in capacity building, exchanging of resources. After conflict 2022, decentralization efforts are in process by equipping 3 public health labs: Kassala, River Nile, and Khartoum. The new labs are supported with training and consumption of yellow fever, mpox, and brucellosis. In collaboration with the Ministry of Livestock, the veterinary research lab have been supported with brucella tests. Assessment of public health lab and central veterinary laboratory attacked under the One Health approaches was conducted in April 2025. The laboratory capacity.
I can see you still have many slides.
Yeah.
I don't know what you are going to do, but the time is not in our interest.
Okay, I will go rapidly. The building health work, community system capacities, training of volunteers, and basic training for One Health focal point. And these are rapid response teams in different states, joint rapid response teams, and these are coordination capacities. These are the institutions involved in the One Health platform. These are the committees under the One Health platform of Sudan. The common challenges are financial constraints, inaccessibility, weak network infrastructure, insecurity, and protracted conflicts. This is surveillance also. These challenges are for surveillance, lack of knowledge. These systems needs to be supported, poor communication regarding to the conflict, the wildlife, the difficult detection of sick or dead animals, and inaccessibility also for the dead animals in the lab, and adequate laboratory capacities. The lesson learned is the importance of coordination body, the One Health platform, also the electronic archiving and reports, decentralization and continuous training, and budget management. These are the recommendations: strengthen surveillance system, enhance collaboration, improve the diagnostic capacities, provide access, and prioritize the funding, allocate sufficient resources. We have many of recommendations, but we have not time. As I said, next step, propose priority actions, working jointly with policies makers to enhance and ensure the sustainability of the programs and operation, and setting the multi-sectoral plans, ensure maintained human and financial resource, improved coordination, reduced risk and impact health, improved the harmonized One Health tools, strengths cross-sectoral capacities. Thank you.
I request you to give them a very big clap. My sister, you can see, you deserve that big clap. And I request that you take up your seat. But as you take up your seat, I'm going to ask Dr. Sunday to appreciate you in our special way, how we appreciate as IGAD members, and also use the same clap to welcome Uganda to make their presentation. You can take a seat. I'll call you to respond to comments.
Okay, shall we warm our hands? Warm the hands. Warm the hands.
And since we have been seated, in the interest of non-communicable diseases, I request that we stand so that we do we stand a bit.
As we stand, keep warming the hands. As we stand, keep warming the hands. I are going to give a very big hand clap, thanking Sudan and welcoming Uganda. Asante sana. Yongeza tena. In the relationship to the NCDs, we just ask that you just rotate around your chair and come back to your chair. That's 360 degrees.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Sunday. As members rotating, let Uganda move forward to make their presentation. Feel free to sit when you are done. Otherwise, thank you so much again. So for Uganda, your presentation will also be 20 minutes strictly. And I request that since we are the host, we should make sure that we stick to time so that we can have our lunch in time.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All right, it's good to hear that after a good breakfast. I'm called Bernard Lubwama. I am a senior epidemiologist with the Ministry of Health and also currently deployed as the Deputy Incident Commander for the MPOX response, the remnants of the COVID-19 that still appear here and there, and then EVD in Uganda. So I'm going to present a country report both on the current MPOX situation in the country, but also other epidemics. So this is a quick overview of the country, that is Uganda. But more key to note here is that our major economic activities eventually predispose us to many of the emerging and re-emerging diseases that are existing in the country. And we also are a gateway on what we call the trade corridor, mainly to South Sudan, Burundi, and Rwanda and parts of northern Tanzania. So our vulnerability in here is the yellow fever belt map, and therein is where we lie. And we are located in the yellow fever belt, the meningitis belt, the filovirus belt, cattle corridor, the East Congo Basin of Africa. And increasingly we are noticing a high number of refugees from the different countries, including Afghanistan. And the different changes that occur in our climate, as well as the zoonotic spillovers. You remember we talked about previously tourism, and therefore we are increasingly having interactions between the human, animal, and wildlife interface. Quickly, this is a snapshot of the landscape of our the public health emergencies that have occurred in Uganda over time. And you could see that we are gifted by nature, including this these pathogens. Increasingly, as our systems become better, we also increase the capacity to detect as well as confirm and manage these threats. So, and that's a catalog from what was presented in the other curve that wasn't to scale. But to note that right now, this year alone, we have had several outbreaks, most of them that are at the human-animal interface, including CCHF, Mpox, yellow fever, Ebola, cholera, anthrax, malaria, and pandemic influenza cases. So a quick snapshot for those of you. I'm going to give you a quick snapshot on the Mpox response in Uganda, as well as the recent. My colleagues from Sudan, no offense, I will keep referring to it as Ebola. The Ebola outbreak in Uganda. Recently, we declared the outbreak on 30th of January 2025. We took 86 days responding to this outbreak, and we discharged our last case on the 15th of March, and at the end of declaration occurred on 25th of April. So our case summary is we had a cumulative total of 14 cases, including 12 confirmed cases, and traceback investigations showed us a linkage of 2 probable cases. And of the 12 confirmed cases, 2 were discovered when they were already dead. But the 10 that we were able to admit were all recovered, and we never got any other infection, any fatality among cases that were admitted. We listed a total of 634 contacts, and we never got any other case outside the listed contacts, except the 2 cases that died and were identified through mortality surveillance in the National Referral Hospital. That's where, those are the districts, that's the map of Uganda, and those are the districts where we picked up the confirmed cases. And you could see that some of them were picked from the far east, the center of the country, including the capital city, and the far western part towards the DRC. So currently for the Mpox outbreak, we have, so far since July 24th, 2024, we've confirmed a total of 7,905 cases, 50 of whom have succumbed to this disease. And we have 146 districts, and of those, we have identified at least 1 case from 120 districts. So currently we have 32 with active cases with 412 admissions. We have managed 6,200 and discharged 6,211 Mpox cases within our facilities. And still, this is the case summary, but to note here for the cumulative curve, you could see that we are having, the curve is flattening. Okay, the curve on your, sorry, I don't have a pointer, on your left is the one for daily incident cases. And while it is dropping, the cumulative curve is showing us that their control measures are now working. Yeah? So we're flattening off we're flattening off the effect of the Mpox outbreak. And it's okay. For surveillance purposes, you could see that there is a concurrency between the weekly incident cases here and the positivity rate that is detected from the laboratory data. And so this is for the other priority diseases. Just last week, we were able to pick up 8 new positive cases of cholera in Amuru, but these are imported cases from refugees that were crossing into the country. And then we also picked up 1 CCHF case around the capital, and the 2 COVID-19 cases, again, in the capital. So under One Health, we have a joint implementation under the One Health implementation framework, jointly by Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Water and Environment, and the Uganda Wildlife Authority, and together we launched the National One Health platform on the 3rd of November in 2016. And with the thematic areas concentrating around zoonotic diseases, antimicrobial resistance, food safety, as well as laboratory systems. We have upgraded the zoonotic, the One Health Technical Working Group is for directors of the 4 ministries that I have highlighted here, and that government agency, the Wildlife Authority. But we have upgraded this to the One Health Coordination Office. The Zoonotic Disease Coordination Office is now the One Health Coordination Office, with a list of priority zoonotic diseases, with a 5-year strategic plan. Sorry, I quoted the old one that has been upgraded. And we have preparedness and response plans for different zoonotic diseases. Now, under surveillance, the country objectives are similar to what others have for under IDSR, where we have early detection, registration, and reporting of priority diseases for prompt action, the institutional capacity to confirm these priority diseases across all across all diseases from the different One Health sectors, progressive data quality monitoring, skills and knowledge for the different actors, as well as rapid transmission of health information for prompt containment of any health threats. And this was started under the IDSR framework in the year 2000, where we have notifiable diseases that must be reported within 24 hours, and some are reported weekly, others are reported monthly through the different platforms as highlighted here. Case-based data is also tracked through the EIDSR platforms, including MPOX, EVD. We have the water and environment information systems, as well as MRI for immediate reporting of animal diseases, which information is consolidated through weekly epidemiological bulletins. I have to mention that here the challenge is the interoperability of these systems, but it's work in progress. And those are the types of surveillance that we run, both the passive and the active forms of surveillance, as highlighted previously. So for cross-border surveillance and early warning, the overview is here. We have highlighted on your left is the map of Uganda, and we concentrated on the districts that are in the IGAD region, neighboring Kenya and South Sudan. South Sudan, usually we call you Southern Sudan until we were corrected by my friend Dr. Joseph Ladu some time back. And in there with the crosses on your right-hand side is the different points of entry. So we have 43 border districts in Uganda. We have gazetted, those ones that are recognized with the Immigration Services and Customs are 65 gazetted points of entry. Of the 65, we have only been able to designate 8. The 8 that are designated are the Mutukula Entebbe International Airport, Busia Malaba, Katuna, Mpondwe, Vura, and Chanika borders. So in strengthening the early warning systems around these borders, we adopted the cross-border guiding framework from the East African Community Treaty that was operationalized in country in 2011, with the objective of having a collective effort around these cross-border zones to make sure that we are able to detect, investigate, and respond jointly to the within these border zones to pathogens, priority pathogens. Sorry, and so that's where we concentrated. We started off with the World Bank funded project, and which closed later on, But the key thing here was setting up a network of public health laboratories to support diagnostics as well as surveillance for those for critical to guide the treatment and management of epidemics. This framework of cross-border surveillance and early warning complements the regional and global initiatives of improving national IDSR systems. So we use an all systems approach at the national and subnational level to make sure that we strengthen the usage of data within these regions, confirmatory testing, risk communication, as well as promoting border preparedness and simulation. Over time, therefore, we've developed a network of satellite labs using that project, and majorly this was concentrating within the Ministry of Health, and developed a result dispatch system. So with the capacity to develop and to detect and confirm specific priority pathogens on your left, the reference laboratories that are in country. Just a minute. Under workforce development, the JEE scores that we got were mainly concentrating on workforce under the FETP training, the field epidemiology training programs, and that's how we scored therefore. But if you take the broader perspective under the World Health Organization definition of workforce development, then we still have a lot to make sure that we define our workforce for management of these priority conditions in the country. Especially in their multi-sectoral nature, increasing our core mass of human resources to manage these priority IHR conditions and the surge deployment for health emergencies. The coordination capacities here are anchored in the IDSR strategy at both the national and the subnational level. So the lessons learned over time is this. We have been able to deploy quarantine for managing containment of diseases in urban settings. We have deployed information technology, and it helped us to characterize clustering. So when we invested properly in preparedness, we saw that at these points of entry, for example, we were able to call upon those capacities to support response. And we invested some investment in ecological studies has really also showed us how we can improve our surveillance, because these pathogens have been with the region over time, okay? And we keep studying them using these platforms. With, however, also joint border activations can help and support in containing threats, especially that we have a robust porous borders, robust human wildlife interface, and the limitations of resources. So, if you allow me, Chair, I will go to our prioritized actions, please. So we think that we should prioritize the reactivation of our cross-border zones, but specifically within the IGAD framework, and those are the Kitale zone, Busia, and Nimule. And at the lower levels, but at national level, look at the One Health coordination capacities, border health services, and emergency operations, so that we can have zonal mechanisms for mitigation, prevention, preparedness, and response to priority pathogens. And these zones must have interoperable systems that link their emergency operations centers, points of entry, laboratory capacity, and the management of these priority pathogens. Those are the zones that have been previously established, but we need to build coordination capabilities for these cross-border threats, including having an emergency fund for rapid deployment capabilities, operational support for the EOCs and One Health coordination offices, and local coordinations. So to strengthen, We also need to strengthen early warning systems at these border zones, especially in tracking these threats and profiling them using things available platforms like population mobility mapping and PopCabs or vulnerability mapping. Upgrade the laboratory capacity for these zones, looking at all sector players within the One Health framework. That also includes the regional EOC capacities, the rapidly deployable teams within these zones, and the joint coordination within those zones for disease containment. That would include establishing links between regional emergency operations, regional points of entry and isolation centers to emergency medical services. We also look at strengthening the cross-border routine and response capacities, most of which are listed in there. But key to note is increasing our designated POEs from 8 to 15. And the capacity to deploy medical countermeasures, to coordinate deployment of medical countermeasures between these zones. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Team Uganda. And as our culture has been, after making a presentation, we ask a colleague to lead in saying Asante Sana. Monje, you are going to lead us this time because we work together in One Health. Please lead us. I think Uganda's presentation was not completed. It seems they divided it into two. So at this time, let me give you just only 2 minutes maximum, and you hand over. Please, Dr. Teke is the EOC manager for Uganda.
Moderator, thank you so much, and allow me, colleagues, to use half of that time. And this is to give a vote of thanks to IGAD Secretariat, led by the High Excellency Fatuma, through Your Excellencies, the Deputy Secretary General, and all the leadership. I want to move a vote of appreciation for the decision and decisive support that you gave Uganda at the time when Mpox was at its climax. I want to ask the August House, please join Uganda and the love of people of Uganda to appreciate and applaud the IGAD leadership. Kindly support me in clapping for them. That support came at the right time when we were at the apex of fire, and your approach was to bring the firefighting tool, get the gazo, mazo, gazo, and put it at the source, and that's what we call containment at source in global health security. And I urge you again that if there's any member state that may be or in the future faces such a calamity of that magnitude, please never hesitate to take a decision and be with them and support them and stop the incident at its source. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Team Uganda, for that. Let us give them again Asante Sana. Yongeza tena. At this juncture, I would like to call upon the 4 presenters we have had this afternoon to move forward and take up the seats, starting with Somalia, South Sudan, Sudan, and Uganda, so that we can receive comments and questions from the delegates. As they walk forward, let us clap for them. That is a very weak clap. Let us give them a very big clap as they walk forward. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So you can raise up your hand. We have also members online. Unfortunately, I haven't seen any hand raised as far as those members are concerned. So I'll first concentrate on members within the house. If you have a comment, you raise your hand and I'll give you permission to go ahead. I can see Kenya has raised. Please go ahead, Kenya, and raise your comment and you tell us whom it is addressed. Even there is another comment here from Uganda. It will be followed by a comment from Uganda. Please go ahead, Kenya.
So thank you very much. My name is Matthew Jeria from Kenya. My comment goes to Sudan, South Sudan. I can't see my friend there from South Sudan.
South Sudan, please take up your seat. If the presenter is not around, the colleague can replace the presenter. South Sudan, I can see you are here. Take up the seat, South Sudan, so that you note down the points. If the director comes, you will feel free to leave for him, but for the time being, we know South Sudan is here. Let us clap for South Sudan.
So as my friend sits down, my question or my comment goes to them as to the aspect of the rollout of One Health approach in the country, and by the map that they have just shown us there, I noted it's over 75% of the rollout. So I just wanted to find out what are some of the monitoring tools that they do have so as to see the functionality and the working of the One Health approach in those particular areas, and perhaps what are some of the indicators do they look at as to ensure that the rollout is done or it's working? Thank you.
Next, Commissioner, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Alan Muruta. I'm head Mix and Disease Surveillance, Uganda. I want to clarify on the issue of quarantine as one of the lessons learned. I'm sure that I meant to say that it was institutional quarantine in urban centers as opposed to home or other facility quarantine. Institutional quarantine is where contacts are put in one facility for easy monitoring, and therefore this contributed to the success in the control of the last outbreak of Ebola Sudan. The other comment I would like to make is that I want member states to pay attention to the element of contingency planning, setting aside a fund for contingency. But specifically for Uganda, you notice that our national task force is activated throughout there because of the number of outbreaks that we attend to. And therefore, if you verticalize this fund in one area, it becomes difficult to respond or to have the flexibility to respond to any other outbreak that is hitherto uncertain at this time. And so contingency planning is very key, and us as Uganda, it has worked for us, even in other projects, whether it is any external funding from World Bank or any other fund, we always find it a flexible way of getting support whenever we get any of these outbreaks. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other hand raised? go ahead, Dr. Nanyunja from WHO.
Yeah, thank you very much. My question would go to the presenters. Maybe apart from Uganda, we heard about your country presentations and the work that you're doing, maybe the planned work. I wanted to know if in the work that you're doing, you have already used any IGAD funding through the National Red Cross societies to achieve any of those activities reported. Because we know that the money is coming through the Red Cross societies to country level to support these different areas of work. So we wanted to hear how it is going with you at the country level.
Thank you. Any other comment? Go ahead, then I'm coming. Caleb from Red Cross, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And I just want to appreciate the forum and also direct this comment or even a question to Uganda. As the brother who has gone ahead of the other countries when it comes to the Mpox outbreak and experienced it ahead of others in terms of how the outbreak has progressed, and would you have maybe one or two tips or say that while we were responding or continue to respond, the younger countries in terms of the outbreak take these one or two tips or key learnings that even as you respond jointly with government and other agencies, that this would be very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Kenya, go ahead.
Thank you, teams, for the presentations. Mine will be quick. What have the member states achieved in terms of domestication of the IGAD data sharing protocols? What are their thoughts on joint risk assessments in the region? And the information products, for example, regional One Health bulletins. There's the other aspect around joint activities like joint CMXs and training. And lastly, utilization of, say, manufacturing products. Because, for example, in Kenya, we have capacity to produce animal vaccines. What are the thoughts from the countries if, say, we had production capacity for the region for animal vaccines in Kenya? Would they consider that as something to take up? And then there's the issue of the case fatality rates in some of the member states are quite high. Yeah? What are these challenges around case management that are leading to very high case fatality rates, beside the issue of POEs versus surveillance zones? Because given the length of our borders, even if we increased our POEs by 1,000%, we would not use POEs as the place to get most of our cases. Rather, it would be more in the surveillance zones. So what is our strategy around that? Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. I can see there are no more hands raised. So at this juncture, I would like to call upon the presenters to answer, and we shall start with with Somalia. I think, since given that South Sudan, I can understand the presenter was not in. Let us first have these questions. Let them respond to this, then we shall pick another set of questions. And the question you are going to respond to are a number of them. We have We have monitoring, about issues of monitoring. That one will be for South Sudan. Then for the Uganda, there was clarification. And then also, this one is required for all members to pay attention to issue of contingency plan. The other question from WHO, and this one was going to all members, we expect you to respond on how have you been able to benefit from money from IRC, International Federation of Red Cross, which also got some funding from WHO. Then there was a question raised by Kenya Red Cross, and this was to Uganda, to be able to share tips on their lessons learned with management of MPOX. And finally, again from Kenya, the team wanted to gather from members what have member states achieved with One Health, and also what has been the practice with CIMEX. And also Kenya was proposing the issue of production of vaccine in the region, whether it can be something which is viable so that we can have self-reliance when we have vaccines produced, since they are the ones which are required. But again, if they are to be produced, it means for efficient, we don't need to have each country producing. Otherwise, we shall fail to have the market. So those are the issues you should respond on. Please, let us start with we start with Somalia, moving toward this side.
Thank you so much. I think it is an overall question that can highlight a wide range of thematic areas. First thing, we need to know that it is not quite fair to compare Somalia with other countries in the region. Somalia is a country which is now recovering from a prolonged civil war. And there is still a fragile health system that is going, and for that very reason, we have newly established the One Health unit in 2023. So you can understand that it's quite very new initiatives in the country in collaboration with other relevant line ministries, including the Ministry of Livestock, Forestry and Range. So when it comes to the, what do you call it, to the tools, recently we have done, even though we have done a One Health zoonotic disease prioritization workshop, and we have identified a lot of zoonotic diseases of pandemic potential, yet the country is not able to detect those zoonotic diseases, including Rift Valley fever and anthrax. So there is no strong laboratory diagnostic capacity. There is no also, what do you call it, everything is fragmented, and interventionists in most cases are implemented separately. So that is the whole thing, and most of the prioritization we have prioritized it based on the expert opinion. There's no single laboratory confirmed cases. In terms of the monitoring and evaluation frameworks, we have used that One Health zoonotic disease prioritization. We are also going to use the One Health Smart. Still, we have not used the workforce development operational tools. There is no commitment in terms of resource allocation to the One Health unit. But hopefully, we will overcome all these challenges. In terms of the data sharing mechanisms, until today, even though we have conducted the One Health simulation exercise, one of the major gaps that we have identified is that there is no standardized, what do you call it, frameworks, regional frameworks between Somalia, Ethiopia, and Kenya, and the rest of the country in East Africa. Only what we have is few, what do you call it, memorandum of understanding between Somalia and Ethiopia, and most of them, they are related to the cross-border issue and yet it is only effective on paper. So we have conducted also a joint risk assessment tool in collaboration with the United States Department. That one was supported through USAID, and there are only few other projects that are working effectively in the country, including the HEAL project. In terms of the production of capacity of the diagnostics or essential supplies, we understand where we are, and we know that while infectious diseases are universal in nature, vulnerability is not. And during the COVID-19, we understand that the continent has experienced delayed in terms of the vaccine and also supply chains. And in most cases, not due to a lack of what do you call it, resilience from the continent. But in my view is that certain, what do you call it, global health frameworks, maybe they prioritize some lives over others, and hope that will not happen again. Thank you.
Just before you conclude, I wanted you to comment on the issue raised by WHO regarding the funding from International Federation of Red Cross Society. Have you received any?
So when it's related to the, what do you call it, the One Healthy, there is no support at all. Only what we have is the HEAL projects, and these projects are effectively working on the ground, especially at the cross-border area, especially in Jubaland, Gedo, and at the same time also, and they are, these projects were designed in terms of service, integrated service delivery. But there is no engagement from the Red Cross, and hopefully, since now it is at the stage of the launching event, then we have to, what do you call it, engage them effectively.
Oh, thank you so much for that. Next, that is Sudan. And yours again were on the issue of, have to comment on the issue of the support from International Federation of Red Cross Society. And then the comment from Uganda was mainly to pay attention to contingency planning. And also, if you have, you can comment on the issue raised by Kenya regarding the issue of what have member states delivered in terms of One Health, and what has been the joint CIMEX, if you have heard them. And also they raised the issue about the vaccine production in the region.
Okay, thank you. Regarding the funding, as one of control measures activities, IFARC are participating in the Mbox Preparedness and Response Technical Committee in the Federal Ministry of Health. They will provide us by the fund of printing the health promotion materials, also the protocols. But we have not received any support else. Regarding the vaccine production, as you know, in the past, the veterinary labs research was producing the rabies vaccine. But now, all labs are affected by the war, and we cannot produce anything. But we apply it from WHO, and we receive it and distribute it among the pharmacies and states. Regarding the contingency plans, we are working together in coordination. As you said, we have One Health platform, and we have 70 members are in this platform, and we are working together in coordination. Regarding the neighbor countries, we have not any plans or activities was done in the neighbor states. So it's one of the next actions we planned for, and also regarding the surveillance system with the neighbor countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team Sudan. Next, Uganda. And you have areas where you have to comment on.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the feedback. Commissioner, thank you for the quarantine and contingency planning. I think my question was about the MPOX experience, right?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much. I note 6 areas where we could really do well. The first was in risk communication and community engagement, which used for specific groups. We used targeted engagement. For example, when we discovered that we had clusters within the groups, this was a hard thing. The surveillance characterized the drivers and the best approaches to the best countermeasures. And we discovered that the groups that were driving MPOX in Uganda are illegal. Commercial sex workers, MSM, okay? So what we could do is to choose between the law and the countering the outbreak. So we went and did targeted engagement of these groups. So that was the first thing that you could do. The second was, anyway, for behavior change, whatever you are targeting, behavior change, providing information to protect themselves, or for interpersonal communication on handling things like stigma, that's under RCCE. For surveillance, I already said surveillance was important in characterizing the drivers of the outbreak. At the start, for example, we thought, with the experience in DRC, we thought this was also going to be a problem on domestic transmission due to WASH challenges. It turned out it wasn't. It was related to socioeconomic status, and the driver was contact, majorly sexual contact. It helped us direct us on with the who to vaccinate with the few vaccines that we got. We did targeted vaccination for contacts to confirmed cases. For example, we discovered that one confirmed case would start 8 other chains of transmission. So when you vaccinate one contact, you have eliminated 8 other chains of transmission. And then we discovered that for example, the migratory communities, the truck drivers, the fisher folk, were also responsible for moving this outbreak to other areas. So we used that information from surveillance for targeted vaccination, then risk communication for still targeted engagement of the groups that we were targeting for this vaccination. The other is case management. The biggest win was the deployment of emergency medical teams to support on institutional care, and where it had been deployed for supporting follow-up of cases that were prioritized for home-based care. At coordination level, coordination really focused us on the unity of purpose, and we have this at the different levels. We have at the national level, we had the National Task Force, we had the Incident Management Team, then we had the EOCs and the different partners. And if you allow me, I would also highlight, for example, Uganda Red Cross Society was instrumental in supporting community-based disease surveillance, alert management, still on risk communication and community engagement, and the mental health and psychosocial support, especially for survivors. So, thank you very much.
You have also to comment on the issue of Red Cross Fund.
Yep, and that's what we tapped into.
Okay, thank you so
much. We tapped into Red Cross funding for building systems on risk communication, community-based surveillance, mental health and psychosocial support, and coordination.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is South Sudan, and I'm giving you, because your issues were not very difficult, and I'm giving you just maybe 2 minutes maximum. Should I repeat the areas where you can comment on? Can comment on should I repeat?
Right.
Okay. You can comment on Red Cross funding, and then the other one which you have to comment on is the issue which were raised by Kenya, mainly which were cross-cutting, mainly with you have had some CIMEXs, joint CIMEXs, and also the issue which they proposed about manufacturing of vaccines for the region, if you are happy about it. Then the other issue which was what have been state achievement as far as One Health is concerned.
Thank you. And maybe may I first apologize on behalf of our team that Dr. Angelo has just stepped out, and maybe our minister is arriving or approaching, so he might have gone to receive her. Nevertheless, we will attempt the one question posed by a colleague from Kenya, and I'm here with my colleague, Dr. Gir. So I will be starting on the indicators and the tools that we use in South Sudan, and then Dr. Gir will come in and support me on that. We use common tools and indicators in the region. Things like disease reporting and responses, how we report disease outbreaks and how we report, and the number of reportings formed some of the indicators. The lab confirmation also is used as an indicator, and the level of staff deployed in the area, in the country, and the level of coordination on One Health is also, One Health operation is also a good thing, showing the readiness of the country. And together with it is partner support, whether technically or financially, is also assessed, whether when it is low or high, it is assessed as a good tool or a good indicator showing what we are doing in the country. I think I will leave the rest to colleague Dr. Gir, but before that, there was the joint risk assessment question raised, and then cross-border cooperation on animal health, on animal vaccines. It's the same. We have been having cross-border meetings with countries in the region, in IGAD region, and I think that in those meetings, joint risk assessment are reported on disease outbreak and in disease occurrences in the country, neighbor countries. So there is a system for joint risk assessment per country, but also my colleague Dr. Gir will come in and add. Coming to cross-border cooperation on animal vaccine, I think this is what I know very well. It was mentioned yesterday that, or today, that there are existing MOUs between the countries, either bilateral or multilateral MOUs developed by IGAD specifically. And by the time I was in IGPALT, we used to talk of how do we implement, how do we operationalize those MOUs. And I believe there were no cross-border meetings between the countries. As far as South Sudan is concerned, there has never been a coordination meeting between South Sudan and Ethiopia, South Sudan and Sudan, South Sudan and Uganda and Kenya. There have been meetings, cross-border meetings between South Sudan and Uganda, and that's it. So we, as a region, we have not been coordinating to the level required. We have not been, and especially on animal vaccines. We have not been coordinating our vaccination, and we have not been sourcing vaccines from the region or sharing. This goes together with vaccination questions raised on vaccination. I think all the colleagues here will agree that with the vaccine production comes the market. You cannot continue producing vaccines if you are not sure of the market. And that has been a problem in the region. We want countries to be producing vaccines, but we don't buy the vaccines. We are seeing ourselves going to Europe and going as far as South Africa instead of IGAD region. So vaccines market is a problem. We have also vaccines registration in the region. We are talking of mutual recognition or mutual registration of whether it is epidemiological or pharmaceutical products in the region, but not yet. It has not yet taken place. So issues surrounding vaccines registration and issues surrounding vaccine market have made it difficult for us for the laboratories to continue producing vaccines. The last one is.
I think I'm giving you 1 more minute.
All right. The last one from me is what has a member state achieved on One Health. I think it appears like nothing has been achieved, but to me, the fact that institutions, more than 1, 2 institutions are coming together, meeting together, consulting one another on One Health issues, I think it's a big achievement. We appear to be understanding One Health more than before. So that one, I think is an achievement by itself. And as we move together, we'll be achieving more in the nearer future. Maybe Dr. IGAD.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Agol, for all this input. I think you have addressed most of the questions.
I think I'm going to give you
concerns.
1.5 minutes maximum supplement.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I will be brief. Thank you, Chair. Actually, it talks more about some of the concerns that were raised and also the coordination aspect. So the One Health Secretariat that was being led by the Ministry of Health is actually is a process and is coordinating through the other line ministries under One Health, whereby we have multi-sectoral bi-weekly coordination meetings that are being held. And this is actually very key in addressing issues related to One Health across all the other sectors and in the country. So when it comes to the other question regarding monitoring and the key indicators, the Ministry of Health is actually leading the process together with the others, like whereby we have systems in place, the IDSR, whereby we have the EWAS, we call it Early Warning Alert and Response System. This is whereby we collect the weekly reports regarding alerts in the country, specifically on disease or public health events or concern like mpox, cholera, and we also focus on malaria, anthrax, and other diseases that are reported weekly. Because this one is being done through the field epidemiologists that are in the community, These are people that are being deployed to do the community-based surveillance, and they are reporting to us and also from the facilities. And this is interoperated into the district health information system, whereby we generate all the reports of the country regarding the health matters. Indicators are related to prevalence, the completeness, the timeliness, and the number of alerts based on these specific issues. Otherwise, I think most of the things have been addressed already. I was just trying to add this, and I appreciate you for all these comments and questions. Thank you.
Yes. Let us clap for presenters. A big one. And now, as our culture goes, Dr. Sunday, I'm going to ask you, please pay attention to this instruction I'm giving you. First of all, you are going to lead us to appreciate this group which is here, and also to appreciate members who presented before them. And I'm going to ask the presenters to move forward. As you move forward, Dr. Sunday, you are going to take us to appreciate them. The presenters from Kenya, Ethiopia, and Djibouti. Join the team, because these are the presentations we have had this morning, so that together, Dr. Sunday first lead us as they move forward.
Let us give them a standing honor as we congratulate these people, the teams, for performing. Let us stand up. It's part of NCD management, non-communicable disease management. You stretch a little bit. Stretch, just swing yourself a little bit. And also you warm your hands. Just warm for a big clap. Warm, warm, warm. Those people in the front also, you should warm for yourselves. Warm, 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 warm. Asante sana. Yongeza tena.
Yeah, then you can take your seats, sit down now again. You are going to listen to another instruction from me. Take up your seats again. Once again, I would like to say that I have really enjoyed this session where I'm in front of our excellencies from IGAD, from the ambassadors. And so we have a culture we have developed here with IGAD Prepare project. And at this juncture, I would like to ask Caleb to take the stage, and we shall follow your instruction to appreciate this important house. For first of all, the participants for being available for the presenter to share their knowledge and their experiences. And then to the presenters for agreeing to make a very good presentation, which we have enjoyed, which have even made us go for lunch very late. So, Caleb, please come and you take us through the next stage.
Very well. How are you? Hello? How are you? You're very good? Now, we have IGAD, WHO, IFRC, the member states, and most important, our moderator for the session of this morning. So I will ask that you all stand up. For those who have been in another session, you remember some song. We will become young people, including the front. I hope my voice is loud enough. Is it loud enough? Is it loud enough? How's our Kimbo? Let's see how flexible you are. Your waist? Move your waist. Move your waist. I can see some are very stiff.
member states together. Then, no, IGAD, IFRC and WHO together. Then the member states who are here. And then last, the moderator of the day. Where's the moderator? You should be here. You should be somewhere here. The moderator of the day, be very close because there's something special for you.
I'll use my hands. Oh, for the interpretation. Oh, my colleagues. That's why we need to learn a common language like Swahili so fast. Good. So, I'll use one hand to hold the mic, but for you, just put akimbo. Yes. So you will say, Asante sana. Asante sana. Kwa kazi nzuri. Kwa kazi nzuri. Uliyofanya. Uliyofanya.
Then you clap towards the person to receive. Asante.
Say asante.
Asante. So the persons to receive, sit down. If you are a staff of IGAD, you work with IGAD, IFRC, WHO, kindly sit down. You are the guests of honor. You are the guests of honor. All national societies also. Sit down. So Red Cross, IFRC, IGAD, WHO. So they are the ones to receive. So if there's somebody close to you or far away, your asante sana is towards them. Is that clear? So let's go. Asante sana. Kwa kazi nzuri. Muliyofanya. Asante. Very good. Now you can stand. You are no longer the guests. You are the ones to appreciate the rest. So it is now to the member states. So the member states, all of you can sit down. You are the chief guests. You are the ones receiving all the appreciation. So all of us from IGAD, WHO, IFRC, national societies, face your main guests. Asante sana.
Asante sana.
Kwa kazi nzuri.
Kwa kazi nzuri.
Muliyofanya.
Muliyofanya.
Asante.
Asante.
Good. Now the guests are here. They're already seated down. Come and join them. Come and join them. You are one of the chief guests. So let's all face the team that is in front. They are the only ones to sit down. Unfortunately, the main moderator is lingering around. So the rest of us will stand and give our appreciation, the last appreciation to this very honorable team, including the ones who are on their keyboards. Kindly stand. If you are from IFRC, member states, all of us who are here, we are all standing. These are the guests. So all of us at the back, let's stand in honor of the guests who are in front of us. Let's do it. Asante sana. Kwa kazi nzuri. Muliyofanya. Asante. Let us clap for him a very big clap. And this year, once again, I'd like to thank you for giving me opportunity to lead you in this exercise. I have enjoyed it. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. I know I'm standing between you and lunch. I will not say much. What I will say is that lunch is served. What is that location for lunch called? The same place we had lunch yesterday. Simply, I think we all know the place. We are no longer going down because we complained that place is too far. It's not as organized as this other one. So thank you very much. When we come back, we will discuss, or we will tell you the way forward because we have very little time left. Apparently, be set ready for tomorrow. So we have very little time when we come back. However, we'll ensure that all that is in the program is covered. So with that, please, bon appetit. It is 1:45. If we come back at 2:45, I think that will be fair. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and excellencies, we want to take a very different path from the normal one that we have been in for the last 2 days or 1.5 days. We want to take a very different path this afternoon. So I think our attention is really needed at this moment. Those who are coming in, kindly have your seats quickly, because we are taking a very different route from the one we have been for the last 1.5 days. Thank you very much for cooperating. Thank you very much. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, this afternoon we have a few things to finalize, and the speed in which we finalize them depends on us. Nobody else. It depends on us. There are 2 activities which are very critical for us to finalize before the end of the day. We don't want again to stay here too long for reasons that we have been told very clearly. This room needs to be set up for tomorrow, and there's a lot of changes that will be done to the current setup, including a new machinery and technologies that have to be installed in this place. And that requires that we vacate this place